Chapter 2856. Poor human clan Mount Hopeless was a ruin left behind by the excavation of a spiritual stone mine. However, after thousands of years of changes, divine trees and divine flowers grew here again. At the same time, some changes were triggered, turning the ruins into a flourishing holy land. The divine crocodile clan was not originally a divine beast here. However, when they discovered the natural spiritual pool here, they did not go far. They forcibly dispersed the surrounding divine beasts and occupied Mount Hopeless. The divine crocodile clan spent most of their time cultivating in the spiritual pool. Only a portion of the guards stayed to guard the surroundings. After all, when they occupied Mount Hopeless, they had killed many people, so they had to be on guard at all times. Even now, the divine crocodile clan did not dare to let their guard down. At this moment, Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui were walking along Mount Hopeless. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Shui actually thought of something. Big brother Yi, I remember this place. In the ruins of Mount Hopeless, there is a human clan village. I came here when I was young, and this village is one of the few human clan villages that can settle down in one place. Human clan village? Ever since he arrived at the demon god's domain, Yi Xian had mostly heard about how the human clan was bullied, but in reality, he hadn't seen much of the human clan. Since there was such an opportunity, Yi Xian naturally didn't want to let it go. Alright, let's go to this village first. As Yi Xian nodded in agreement, the two of them quickly walked forward with Ouyang Shui leading the way. This place was originally just a ruin, so it was naturally not that easy to pass through. The ruins of a spirit stone mine were different from the ruins of an ordinary mine. Because a spirit stone vein was a special substance formed by the heavens and earth, it was naturally blessed by the laws. Even though the spirit stones in the vein had long since been dug out, the laws still existed. Almost every digger of a spirit stone vein knew of a legend, and that was that even if the ruins of a spirit stone vein were completely dug out, it wouldn't be long before a new mother lode would be formed, and a new spirit stone vein would be born. What was a mother lode? That was a treasure that countless people could only dream of. Anyone who obtained it would be able to use it greatly. There were two main characteristics of a mother lode. The first was that it would automatically gather the divine power of the world and produce all kinds of minerals. In fact, everyone knew this even without saying. The most important thing was his second characteristic. This characteristic could be said to be known by very few people. That was the blessing of the laws. Those who possessed the mother lode would be able to obtain a special blessing when cultivating the laws. Of course, it was extremely difficult to obtain the mother lode. Even if it was a mine, it might not necessarily give birth to a mother lode. That thing was something that could only be found by chance. Now that Yi Xian had arrived at the ruins of the mine, he naturally held some expectations. System, activate all detection and try to find the mother lode as much as possible. Yi Xian instructed the system, then the two of them continued forward. Unfortunately, it was just like the legends. It was extremely difficult to obtain a mother lode. Along the way, Yi Xian didn't receive any notifications from the system. In other words, he didn't discover a mother lode. However, just as Yi Xian was about to give up, the system's notification rang out. Ding, system notification, host, please pay attention, traces of mother lode have been detected ahead. There really was a mother lode. It could be said that this was an unexpected surprise. What's up ahead? Yi Xian asked Ouyang Shui. Ouyang Shui glanced at Yi Xian in astonishment, then said, that village is in front of us. The reason why Ouyang Shui was surprised was because she thought that Yi Xian had already discovered something special about this place. However, she didn't know that Yi Xian had only detected the existence of the mother lode. When Yi Xian heard Ouyang Shui's reply, he didn't say much and continued forward. After walking for a while, the two of them discovered a cave, and that cave was the entrance. The strangest thing was that outside the cave, there was actually the power of the laws. These laws seemed to have formed a door, cleverly hiding the cave. In other words, unless one saw it with the naked eye, one would not be able to discover it with their spiritual will. As a matter of fact, for powerhouses, they would usually trust their own divine sense more than their own eyes. Therefore, even if a divine beast expert passed by this place, if they didn't have any spiritual will and didn't notice anything unusual, they naturally wouldn't check it out. Furthermore, the cave was extremely hidden. Even if someone came down to search, it would be difficult for them to detect anything special. No wonder the human village was able to hide in this cave for so long. All of this was because of the hidden door constructed by the laws. At this moment, Yi Xian had some understanding in his heart. He was afraid that the gate of laws had a certain connection with the mother or. Perhaps it was very likely that the mother or was the true guardian of this village. The two of them carefully walked towards the cave. According to Ouyang Shui, the people in the village had set up countless traps in the cave. Although these traps and mechanisms wouldn't threaten Yi Xian, after all, the people in the village had set up these traps with great difficulty. Yi Xian didn't want to destroy them like this. After all, these were all set up by the people of the village to prevent divine beasts from barging in. Fortunately, Ouyang Shui was quite familiar with this place. Coupled with Yi Xian's powerful spiritual will, they were able to escape unscathed. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the interior of the cave. Yi Xian could already clearly see the faint flames. Who is it? Who are you people? Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. Soon after, a few humans rushed out. They held simple spears in their hands. These spears were not magic treasures, but were made from some kind of vine. One could imagine how powerful they were. But this was their only weapon. We are humans, don't worry. Ouyang Shui hurriedly said. As expected, when they heard that it was a human, those people weren't that afraid. However, they didn't relax their vigilance in the slightest. Only after Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui walked out did those people recognize their identities as humans. You are, Xiao Shui. An older person looked at Ouyang Shui and asked in surprise. Yes, I am Ouyang Shui. Hello, Uncle Lin. Meeting an acquaintance undoubtedly made these people very happy. The human race lived in fear in the demon god celestial realm. Take this village for example. Many people had never left the demon god celestial realm in their entire lives, and most of those who left never returned. Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui were received in a grand manner. It could be said that this village had already taken out their best things to receive Yi Xian. Chapter 2857. Mistaking the mother lode. The first was a moss-like plant that grew in the cave. It tasted very bitter, but it was the favorite of the people here, because this kind of food was very common. The second was a type of white bug that grew in the cave. The smell was extremely unpleasant and disgusting, but it was the delicacy of the human race in the cave. This was because this was the only meat they could eat. As for the third type, it was a type of ore. This ore had very special characteristics and could be used as food in front of it. It could be said that the living environment here was extremely harsh. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was extremely bitter. After all, these people were all of Yi Xian's race, and they were all humans. However, he didn't expect that they'd live such a life. In the middle of the cave, there was a hole that couldn't be considered too big. However, that hole had gone through more than 10 twists and turns. After being turned a few times by the people in the cave using a crystal mirror, the sunlight shone into the bottom of the cave, and this was the only place where the human race in the cave came into contact with the sunlight. Fortunately, this was the god realm, and the 10 suns in the sky alternated, so the sunlight here could be considered abundant. Unfortunately, because there were only hard stones in the cave and no soil, it was impossible to grow any plants. Of course, there was no way to keep any divine beasts in captivity. Yi Xian silently watched all of this. In front of him, there was a stone house. This was the only house in the cave. There was no one living in this house. Instead, there was a stone that was worshipped. It was the mother lode. The mother lode was worshipped as a guardian deity here. Yi Xian no longer had any thoughts of obtaining the mother lode. At the same time, he also had the thought of migrating the people here. Therefore, just as these people were happily asking Xianxia about the situation outside, Yi Xian put forward his own thoughts. I want to take you out of here. Are you willing? Yi Xian asked these people without the slightest hesitation. Ouyang Shui was stunned at first, but then her face revealed an ecstatic expression. From this period of contact, Ouyang Shui knew how powerful Yi Xian was the most. Yi Xian had countless secrets on him, and at the same time, he also had an extremely powerful foundation. At this moment, Yi Xian's initiative to move the people in the village was undoubtedly the best outcome. Thus, without waiting for their reply, Ouyang Shui excitedly persuaded them. Yi Xian silently waited. He could put forward his thoughts, but the choice was up to these people. After all, Yi Xian wouldn't force them. Very quickly, the people in the village made their decision. In the demon god's divine realm, the human race was exceptionally united. This was because everyone knew very well what kind of environment they were in. If they wanted to survive from the mouths of those powerful demonic beasts, they could only rely on the unity of the human race. Therefore, when they heard Ouyang Shui's advice, no one doubted it at all. After all, they had long heard of the power of the Kunlun divine realm. In their hearts, the Kunlun divine realm was a holy land. Now that they had such an opportunity, even if they knew that it would be extremely dangerous, they were still willing to give it a try. However, they misunderstood Yi Xian. Yi Xian wanted to bring them to a safer and more comfortable place. That was Yi Xian's devouring space. This time, in order to be able to accept more people from the demon god's divine realm in the future, Yi Xian had specially remodeled an area. Here, Yi Xian had built many palaces and circled out all sorts of delicious food. Furthermore, he had hoarded a large amount of cultivation resources in order to provide these people with as perfect an environment as possible to survive and cultivate in. In reality, Yi Xian had also noticed something special about this place. That was, everyone here had astonishing talent and potential. Perhaps, those who did not have the talent had already been eliminated. Of the remaining people, 9 out of 10 could be said to be considered geniuses in the Kunlun divine realm. Of course, it didn't mean that Yi Xian didn't have any selfish motives. After all, after Yi Xian allowed these people to cultivate to become stronger, they would be able to be used by him. Within the devouring space, due to the constant transformation of the 12 laws god trees, the cultivation environment was getting better and better. Therefore, Yi Xian believed that these people would definitely like that place. In fact, these people didn't just like it. In their hearts, this place was like a holy land. It was even more perfect than the Holy Land. After resolving the problem of settling the village, Yi Xian began to consider how to deal with the divine crocodile clan. From these people's mouths, Yi Xian already knew that this village was actually built under the divine crocodile clan's spirit pool. The divine crocodile clan naturally allowed other divine beasts to inspect their spirit pool. This could be considered as indirectly protecting this place. After all, the power of the spirit pool originated from the mysterious mother lode. Therefore, it was inevitable that Yi Xian would touch the interests of the divine crocodile clan if he wanted to take away the mother lode. Moreover, it was the most core benefit. After all, taking away the mother lode meant that Yi Xian wanted to take away the source of the divine crocodile clan's spirit pool's power. Therefore, after Yi Xian absorbed these humans into his devouring space, he didn't dare to rashly make a move. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of fighting against an entire clan by himself, but he knew that this wasn't a wise choice. After all, Yi Xian didn't know what kind of experts the divine crocodile clan had. At this moment, Ouyang Shui quietly stood beside Yi Xian. Ouyang Shui didn't know how precious the mother lode was, so she was slightly puzzled when she saw Yi Xian standing there in a daze. "Big brother Yi, is there anything else?" Ouyang Shui asked Yi Xian. In Ouyang Shui's heart, there was no doubt that Yi Xian was powerful, and his methods were heaven-defying. Therefore, Ouyang Shui didn't know why Yi Xian stopped where he was. Yi Xian was currently thinking, so he didn't think too much about it. He casually replied, "I'm thinking, how can I take down this mother lode?" As he spoke, Yi Xian casually pointed at the mother lode. Who knew that Ouyang Shui didn't know how powerful it was? When she saw Yi Xian point at the mother lode, she actually flew over and casually took it down. Big brother Yi wants this. Ouyang Shui blinked her eyes as she quietly asked Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian, he was incomparably astonished. Why did you take it down? At this moment, Yi Xian could already feel that the energy that had been pouring into the sky had disappeared. This couldn't allow Yi Xian to not be shocked. It could be said that the expert of the Divine Crocodile clan definitely knew the secret of this spirit pool. The reason why he didn't make a move to snatch it was not because of any other reason. He was just worried that taking away the mother lode would affect the spirit pool. And now, once the power of the spirit pool disappeared, even the experts of the Divine Crocodile clan, no matter how stupid they were, would know that something strange had happened beneath the spirit pool. How could Yi Xian dare to delay? He grabbed Ouyang Shui and wanted to leave. Chapter 2858. Evolving God Slaying Sword. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Continuous explosions suddenly sounded out. One by one, the experts of the Divine Crocodile clan descended to the bottom of the lake. These experts clearly cared more about the mother lode than Yi Xian imagined, because the moment they appeared, they completely surrounded Yi Xian. In other words, Yi Xian's every move was under the surveillance of the Divine Crocodile clan. The reason why they didn't make any movements was because they didn't place the human village beneath the spirit pool in their eyes. Even so, they didn't care about Yi Xian at all. Now that Yi Xian had boldly taken away the mother lode, it had undoubtedly touched the core interests of the Divine Crocodile clan. They had no choice but to take action. Damn it, how dare you take away the Saint Stone? You're courting death. An expert of the Divine Crocodile clan roared at great god Yi Xian. Of course they recognized the mother lode. However, this mother lode was clearly a little special. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called it the Saint Stone. A total of 9 powerful Divine Crocodile clan experts completely surrounded Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui. Through the system, Yi Xian knew that even the weakest amongst these people had reached the 3rd grade Divine Emperor realm. As for the strongest person, he was actually a 6th grade Divine Emperor realm expert. It could be said that Yi Xian was completely powerless to resist. This could be considered the greatest danger Yi Xian had encountered. What should he do? Yi Xian quickly pondered in his heart. 9 Divine Crocodile clan experts had surrounded Yi Xian. If he were to make a move now, he'd simply be courting death. It seemed impossible for him to escape. In an instant, Yi Xian quickly thought of his trump card. Unfortunately, it was useless. The current Yi Xian didn't have a single trump card that could contend against the 9 great Divine Crocodile clan experts. Once he made a move, he would undoubtedly die. After all, other than the 6th grade Divine Emperor, there were also 2 intermediate-level Divine Emperor experts. The title of the Sovereign level allowed Yi Xian to be invincible among those of the same level, and even be able to challenge those of a higher level than him in a one-on-one battle. However, this didn't mean that Yi Xian could fight against 3 high-level Divine Emperor experts. Battle, defeat, escape. There was no way to escape. Of course, it wasn't impossible to release the sword attendants to fight, but don't forget, this was the territory of the Divine Crocodile clan, and Yi Xian didn't believe that these 9 people were all the experts of the Divine Crocodile clan. To put it bluntly, these 9 people were just a group of guards for the Divine Crocodile clan. Ouyang Shui, don't resist. I'll send you away. If you stay here, you'll only drag me down. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't care less. Originally, Yi Xian didn't intend to absorb Ouyang Shui into the devouring space, but with the current situation, he had no choice but to do so. Thus, Yi Xian casually absorbed Ouyang Shui into the devouring space. Just as Yi Xian said, without Ouyang Shui here, Yi Xian's actions had a lot less to worry about. At the same time, the mother ore was already in Yi Xian's hands. At that moment, the system's notification rang out. Ding! System prompt, detected special resource, Sacred Heart or Mother. Yi Xian still hadn't noticed it. The system prompt was quickly thinking of a countermeasure in his heart. However, the god-slaughtering sword reacted on its own. This was a situation that Yi Xian had never encountered since obtaining the god-slaughtering sword. One had to know that the god-slaughtering sword currently had Wei Zhentian as its artifact spirit, but even Wei Zhentian was unable to control the god-slaughtering sword. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, the change had already begun. From the sky, 9 gorgeous pillars of light suddenly appeared. What was even stranger about those 9 pillars of light was that once they reached the surroundings of the god-slaughtering sword, they quickly condensed. Absorb. It was absorption. The god-slaughtering sword was actually rapidly absorbing the power of the 9 rays of light. Even though Yi Xian didn't know what kind of power those 9 rays of light represented, he knew that it wasn't a simple matter. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. Another loud sound rang out as an incomparably powerful divine crocodile race expert descended. Just his aura alone was enough to make Yi Xian's hair stand on end. Stop him. We can't let him take away the power of the profound light. The moment that expert appeared, he roared loudly. As for the 9 divine crocodile race experts, they didn't hesitate at all as they pounced towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was overwhelmed with shock. Not to mention the 9 of them, even if 2 or 3 of them joined forces, it would still be difficult for Yi Xian to deal with them. At this moment, Yi Xian was even prepared to enter the devouring space at any time to temporarily escape. However, the next scene caused Yi Xian to stop in his tracks. At the same time, he was incomparably shocked. Although the 9 of them pounced towards Yi Xian, they weren't even able to get close to him before they were blocked by a strange energy. It was invisible and colorless. Whether it was the naked eye or spiritual will, it was impossible to detect it in the slightest. However, the effect was obvious. At this moment, the 9 of them were blocked outside, unable to enter at all. Yi Xian could clearly hear their furious roars, and he could also clearly feel their attacks. However, even their attacks and themselves were unable to enter the range of that ring. Yi Xian didn't understand why, but he knew that he was temporarily safe. At this moment, the face of the divine crocodile race expert was filled with regret. This was because only he knew that the mother lode was not an ordinary mother lode, and he also knew that this mother lode was special. There were countless treasures in the world, and there were naturally many treasures that could be used to refine and strengthen magic treasures. Some treasures might look ordinary on the outside, but they were extremely powerful. Some treasures, on the other hand, were hidden among the treasures. Those who didn't know what was good for them would never discover them. This mother lode was such a special mother lode. The most important thing about this mother lode was not its material itself, but its special attribute. This mother lode could be used as a guide to guide the power of the profound light down to refine magic treasures. Just like what was being done to the god-slaughtering sword. A magic treasure refined by the profound light was definitely not ordinary. A magic treasure refined in this way could be greatly strengthened in all aspects, and its quality would also be improved. Therefore, such a treasure could be said to be a good thing that could only be found by chance and not sought after. At this moment, the supreme expert was filled with regret. If it wasn't for the fact that he had eyes but failed to recognize this mother lode, how could he have missed it? One had to know that this kind of treasure usually only had one special ability. Thus, after Yi Xian used it, this originally incomparably mystical treasure had been crippled. Back then, although the divine crocodile race had discovered that the mother lode could gather mysterious energy in the spirit pool, they hadn't thought too much about it. They had mistakenly thought that the spirit pool was special, but who would have thought that the mystery would be revealed and this would be the result? Not only did they not obtain such a precious treasure, the spirit pool had also been destroyed. How could the divine crocodile race accept this? Chapter 28:59. It became a treasure since they couldn't obtain the mother lode. The super experts of the divine crocodile race decided to take away the god-slaughtering sword. The mysterious power continued to pour into the god-slaughtering sword, causing it to undergo a huge change. On the outside, experts from the divine crocodile race continuously surged over, surrounding Yi Xian. Inside, Yi Xian could only silently look at the god-slaughtering sword and wait. Of course, Yi Xian was constantly thinking of countermeasures. The current situation was already very obvious. The divine crocodile race was determined to obtain the mother lode and the god-slaughtering sword. Once the light dissipated and the evolution ended, the battle would begin. The divine wood sword attendant had already been released by Yi Xian. After all, the divine wood sword attendant possessed an incomparably powerful defensive power. Perhaps, relying on this powerful defensive power would give Yi Xian a chance of survival. To be more precise, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of any methods. However, anything that could help Yi Xian right now, Yi Xian would do. Time passed. He originally thought that this evolution wouldn't last long, but the reality wasn't like that. At this moment, a full 7 days had passed, and the light still hadn't dissipated. Even if he wanted to block the 9 pillars of light that seemed to reach the heavens, he wouldn't be able to do anything. So, finally, a new divine beast rushed over. After all, under that powerful light, anyone would feel that a rare treasure had been born. Naturally, those who saw this light would not let go of the chance to seize the treasure. This old man wants to see what kind of good thing has appeared to cause such a huge commotion. At this moment, another expert arrived, and a thunderous voice exploded from afar. It's the old man of the Divine Valley Dragon Mountain. Didn't he go on a trip? Why is he back so soon? Someone discussed in a low voice. It was obvious that this old man of the Divine Valley was quite famous. Moments later, Yi Xian saw an old man with an old face, 4 arms, and 6 legs covered in fish scales walk out. Every step the old man took caused the ground to shake like an earthquake. Following his footsteps, the experts of the Divine Crocodile clan continuously opened up a path. Obviously, even the many experts of the Divine Crocodile clan did not dare to block the path of the old man of the Divine Valley. What is it that has such a powerful light? Mine, it's all mine. It's all mine. Another voice sounded. Along with this voice, an exquisite palanquin carried by 4 lower 9th grade divine emperors who had transformed into beautiful women flew over. The palanquin had yet to arrive, but the sound had already spread to every corner. A rare treasure has appeared. It looks like there will be another bloody storm. How sad. A bald man with 6 strange snake tails suddenly appeared. His words seemed to be filled with sorrow, but it was unknown why he was sad. One expert after another appeared. The Divine Crocodile clan, who was originally the host, was forced to stay in a corner. Because the Divine Crocodile clan knew very well that these experts were not to be trifled with. Some people gathered together, looking around with flickering eyes, waiting silently. Some people looked around arrogantly, as if they wanted to stir up trouble. Some people just quietly looked for a place, not bothering to hear or ask. Experts kept coming here. Yi Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because he suddenly realized that he had become the target of these people. In the past, Yi Xian often participated in treasure hunting and snatching. But to become a treasure himself, to become the object of others to fight over, this was a novel experience. Of course, as the number of experts increased, Yi Xian felt more at ease. After all, generally speaking, as long as it was a treasure hunt, there would inevitably be a bloody battle. Moreover, if the winner of the treasure hunt was not decided, then no one would be able to snatch the treasure away. Currently, countless experts had gathered, and every single one of them was eyeing Yi Xian covetously. Naturally, Yi Xian was safe. Because no matter who made the first move against Yi Xian, they would undoubtedly be surrounded and attacked by the others. Thus, Yi Xian had the chance to fish in troubled waters. Of course, it didn't mean that Yi Xian was already safe. In the current situation, Yi Xian had only obtained an opportunity. Whether or not he could grasp it and successfully leave was still unknown. The light lasted for 13 days. In these 13 days, the powerful light completely surrounded Yi Xian and the god-slaughtering sword, protecting them from the attacks of the surrounding divine beasts. 13 days of time was enough for countless experts to arrive. At this moment, there were already hundreds of experts gathered around Yi Xian. Of course, there were also tens of thousands of people. The outer perimeter had already been divided into 3 layers. The first layer consisted of the hundreds of experts, each occupying a position. No one moved. Of course, there were also people who knew each other and grouped together. Following that, a race like the divine crocodile race gathered. Because it was a race, it had a large number of people and extraordinary strength. As for the outermost area, they were the divine beasts that came alone but were not strong enough. These divine beasts knew that they didn't have the qualifications to participate in the treasure hunt, but they weren't willing to leave so easily. Thus, they gathered in the surroundings and silently watched the situation change. It seemed that he was also trying to fish in troubled waters. The light disappeared, but the evolution of the god-slaughtering sword didn't end immediately. The god-slaughtering sword hung high above Yi Xian's head, emitting wave after wave of powerful energy. The outer barrier became stronger and stronger, and it was no longer just a strong defense. When the divine beast experts saw the light receding, they thought that they had a chance and rushed forward. However, not only were they unable to break through the barrier, they were even repelled by the barrier, causing them to be severely injured and flee in panic. No one knew why the barrier was so strong, but everyone knew that unless the barrier dissipated on its own, it would be impossible to break through. Originally, Yi Xian thought that the evolution of the god-slaughtering sword had nothing to do with him. But this time, he was wrong. Wei Zhentian was still unable to enter the god-slaughtering sword, but the god-slaughtering sword hung high above Yi Xian's head. Waves of mysterious energy continuously poured into Yi Xian's body. This power was extremely destructive, but Yi Xian was unable to resist at all. Sword body purification. It was actually a sword body purification. Those who knew their stuff turned pale with fright, and their expressions were filled with envy. The purification of the sword body referred to the strange phenomenon of the psychic divine sword feeding back to its master. The divine sword was psychic, and when it gathered enough power and developed a strong feeling for its master, it would use its own power to cleanse its master's body. This kind of cleansing could be said to be extremely rare. Not only did it require an extremely high quality of the divine sword, it also required an extremely powerful support. In addition, the divine sword itself had an extremely strong feeling for its master. And the last point was the most difficult thing. This was the divine sword itself, not the artifact spirit of the divine sword. In fact, to be able to do this meant that the divine sword already possessed intelligence. Chapter 2860. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, there was nothing wrong with this place at all. There was nothing at all. They did not notice anything strange. Yi Xian was surprised by this. However, now was not the time to argue about this. System, break the restriction here. Ding. Restriction has been successfully broken. In everyone's eyes, Yi Xian had just walked to a corner and stood there in a daze for a while. Then, he stretched out his hand and waved it casually. In an instant, a bridge made of seaweed appeared in front of them. There really is a restriction here. Everyone looked at Yi Xian in a different light. Yi Xian was able to discover this restriction and break it, but they weren't able to discover it. What did this mean? Did this mean that Yi Xian was a restriction master? In an instant, everyone was terrified of Yi Xian's mysteriousness. Yes, it was terrifying. What was Yi Xian's identity? Why were there so many mysteries surrounding him? Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. After Yi Xian broke the restriction, everyone stopped hesitating and walked forward. However, just as Yi Xian was about to pass by, he heard the spiritual deity speak. Pavilion Protector Elder, please wait here for a moment. Since this restriction has recovered after you left last time, it is very likely that this restriction has the ability to repair itself. In order to prevent the people behind from not being able to find this small bridge, Pavilion Protector Elder, please stay and lead the way for the others. It could be said that the spiritual deity's cultivation level was much higher than Yi Xian's. However, Yi Xian's status was much higher than his. Naturally, he could only treat Yi Xian as an equal. Yi Xian nodded. The spiritual deity's words made sense. Thus, Yi Xian did not follow them. The rest of the group was only half a day late. During this time, Yi Xian did not know what they were doing. Of course, Yi Xian was too lazy to care. Fortunately, the barrier had not been repaired yet. Thus, the group of people continued to walk forward together. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that when they entered, they only saw a few broken corpses. The dozens of people in the vanguard were all dead. No, there was still one person who was still fighting. It was the inferior spiritual deity. Quick, save him. In an instant, several powerhouses rushed over and fought with the demonized merman. Soon, the inferior spiritual deity was saved. What's going on? Someone quickly asked the inferior spiritual deity. The inferior spiritual god glanced at the crowd and said, "This is, when I led the vanguard group when we arrived." What do you mean? Speak clearly. What is this? I don't know what it means. I only know that the voice said that it had been waiting for us for a long time. Then, those mermen started to attack us crazily. Although the average strength of these demonized monsters is not very strong, they have some special magical powers. Among them, the most important thing for you to pay attention to is that these demonized monsters can be resurrected indefinitely. What? Resurrected indefinitely? This time, everyone, including Yi Xian, was stunned. Resurrection. Some people did have such special magical powers. But what was the point of being resurrected indefinitely? Let's not care about that for now. Kill. We must find out the secret of this place first. Everyone did not hesitate and directly charged forward. Yi Xian was also about to charge forward, but the inferior spiritual deity of Ling Xian court suddenly stopped Yi Xian. What do you want? Yi Xian looked at the inferior spiritual deity, not knowing what he wanted to do. Pavilion Guardian Elder, leave this place quickly. Don't hesitate and leave immediately. This is not a place we can provoke. Furthermore, a pair of eyes have been watching us. Therefore, I can only ask everyone to charge forward together. However, the others can die, but you can't. What did he mean? Yi Xian was somewhat unable to react. This fellow had not clearly explained what was going on. He had only asked Yi Xian to leave quickly. It was not impossible to ask Yi Xian to leave, but he should at least explain things clearly. However, the inferior spiritual deity did not continue speaking. Instead, he suddenly struck out with his palm at Yi Xian. Of course, he did not want to hurt Yi Xian. In fact, his palm was directly pushing Yi Xian away at an extremely fast speed. What are you trying to do? Yi Xian looked at that person and retreated rapidly. However, he continued to ask. However, a giant black hand that suddenly appeared answered Yi Xian's question. That hand had stretched out from under the island. As soon as it appeared, it locked onto Yi Xian, who was about to leave. Damn it! What the hell is this? Yi Xian was greatly alarmed. The current situation had already exceeded his expectations. He had been sent flying the first time he had come. He still had to flee the second time. What the hell was this? Damn it, damn it. This feeling made Yi Xian extremely unhappy. The inferior spirit god suddenly jumped up and used all of his strength to block the attack for Yi Xian as he loudly shouted, "Senior spirit god." He then shouted, "Hurry up and leave." Yi Xian did not know why this fellow had done this. However, when he looked at the island one last time before he left, he already knew that he was the only one who would be able to escape this time. Yi Xian's last glance caused his heart to tremble in fear, to the point of incomparable panic. Then, what exactly did Yi Xian see? It turned out that the last thing Yi Xian saw was numerous extremely enormous black hands. These enormous hands were unimaginably strong, and they could capture a person with a casual grab. It could be said that no one in the heavenly god realm could resist them. However, merely 5 domain enlightened spirit gods had come this time. Obviously, they weren't of any use at all. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? What exactly happened? Yi Xian was extremely astounded in his heart. He didn't hesitate at all and directly returned to the training camp. At this moment, no one in the training camp was too worried about the exploration of Ripple Lake. Or perhaps, in their opinion, this was a battle that they were absolutely confident in. However, when they saw Yi Xian return with a panicked expression, they clearly revealed different expressions. The pavilion master of Towering Pavilion quickly walked over to Yi Xian. Actually, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of those demonized monsters, then perhaps he wouldn't be willing to meet Yi Xian at all. Grandmaster Yi, what happened? Why did you return by yourself? Where are the others? He addressed Yi Xian as Grandmaster Yi. This was naturally for the sake of concealing Yi Xian's identity. They won't be able to return. Yi Xian spoke. At the same time, he gazed at the others. The Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. Chapter 2861. The way to survive at this moment, although Yi Xian was on high alert, he didn't pay too much attention to it. In fact, he subconsciously didn't think that there would be an enemy attack. However, in that instant, a faint, almost imperceptible movement suddenly erupted. It was fortunate that Yi Xian's spiritual will had been strengthened once again, and the location of the mutation just so happened to be not far from Yi Xian, so he had time to react. However, even so, the only thing Yi Xian could do was slightly shift his position. Boom! A loud sound rang out. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that what attacked him was a red ray of light. It was as thin as a gossamer, yet extremely powerful. The Divine Wood Sword attendant immediately stood in front of Yi Xian, blocking the majority of the damage for him. But even so, Yi Xian was still sent flying by the force. The violent force instantly sent Yi Xian flying high into the sky. However, there was someone waiting for Yi Xian in the sky. This was a person with a pair of wings. To be precise, it was a divine beast, but Yi Xian didn't know what race he was. When Yi Xian was sent flying into the sky, a large net exploded from that person's hands in an attempt to trap him. The power of the law of devouring. Yi Xian was shocked. He already knew this person's goal. This guy was probably the one who used the red light. Sending Yi Xian flying into the sky was also part of his plan. His goal was to quickly capture Yi Xian. Ding! Designated target, High 6th Grade Divine Emperor Realm. Another high-level Divine Emperor Realm. Although at this moment, in this area, the 6th grade Superior Deity Emperor was actually not that strong, for Yi Xian, he was still a formidable enemy. It could be said that if they really fought, Yi Xian didn't have much of a chance of winning. Unfortunately, this guy used the power of the law of devouring, so don't blame Yi Xian for breaking his web of laws. Playing with the law of devouring in front of Yi Xian, let alone a mere high-level divine emperor, even a hierarch or a god emperor might not be able to win against Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian's greatest trump card was the power of devouring. At this moment, that person swore confidently, thinking that victory was already in his grasp. He even had a smile on his face, waiting for Yi Xian to fall into his web of laws. However, Yi Xian fell into it, but it wasn't the result that person imagined. The flickering web of laws had already surrounded Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it didn't listen to that person's call and returned to his side. At this moment, that person finally noticed that something was wrong. He frowned slightly and wanted to retreat, but he couldn't bear to leave. After all, he knew that if he didn't leave, he would attract the attention of others. At that time, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. However, seeing that Yi Xian had already fallen into his web of laws, he naturally couldn't bear to leave so easily. However, he didn't know that although Yi Xian was trapped in the web of the law of devouring, he wasn't affected in the slightest. On the contrary, the web of the law of devouring had already been completely controlled by Yi Xian. How dare you! That person only hesitated for a moment, but there were already experts who noticed the changes here. With a roar, 5 people immediately attacked this side at the same time. Another explosion sounded out. A moment ago, he was still complacent, thinking that he'd successfully trapped Yi Xian and had a chance to escape. In the next moment, he was killed by 5 experts and turned into a mist of blood. As soon as that person died, Yi Xian controlled the web of laws to fall to the ground. On the surface, it seemed that it was because the web of laws was no longer under the control of its master that it fell. However, no one knew that all of this was secretly controlled by Yi Xian. The 5 experts glanced at Yi Xian, who was trapped by the web of laws. Unexpectedly, no one tried to snatch it from him. Instead, they silently retreated and continued their battle. In Yi Xian's heart, the actions of these divine beasts could be said to be extremely stupid. Of course, if these divine beasts weren't stupid, then he, Yi Xian, wouldn't have a chance of survival. At this moment, with Yi Xian as the center, there were battles everywhere. Divine beasts continuously fell, as if the goal of these divine beasts wasn't to snatch treasures, but purely to fight. The web of law was slowly losing its strength. It wouldn't be long before it completely disappeared. However, Yi Xian didn't mind at all. Yi Xian silently looked around, but he had an idea in his heart. The crazed slaughter of these divine beasts was also an opportunity for Yi Xian to increase his strength. No matter what, if he could become more powerful, then he would have a higher chance of escaping. Therefore, without the divine beasts noticing, the corpses of divine beasts were constantly disappearing from the battlefield. Some were entire corpses, while others were only missing arms and legs. Of course, the whereabouts of these corpses were obvious. They were naturally devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through. Current 4th grade Divine Emperor Realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Current 5th grade Divine Emperor Realm. As Yi Xian continued to devour the corpses of the divine beasts, his realm continued to rise. At the beginning, Yi Xian's movements were extremely careful. After all, he was worried that he would be discovered and attract unnecessary trouble. However, who knew that even if someone discovered Yi Xian's movements, they wouldn't care at all. Thus, Yi Xian became bolder. Of course, even so, the number of corpses that Yi Xian could devour was limited. After all, Yi Xian was currently trapped in one place, so it was impossible for him to collect those corpses. Thus, he could only pick up the corpses nearby. Fortunately, even though the corpses nearby were incomplete, they all belonged to experts. Thus, Yi Xian obtained great benefits from collecting these corpses. In a short period of time, Yi Xian was able to break through to the 1st grade Divine Emperor realm just by devouring the corpses. However, this kind of collection couldn't continue because Yi Xian knew that although these divine beasts ignored him in the chaotic battle, as the battle progressed, the divine beasts that remained would naturally be the strongest. Yi Xian already had an idea. At this moment, Yi Xian could only ask the flower god's sword attendant to make some sacrifices. The moment the primal chaos law net disappeared, Yi Xian also disappeared. This was because Yi Xian had already hidden within the devouring space, but the flower god's sword attendant was left behind. To be more precise, it was the flower god's sword attendant that fled into the distance first, and the direction it fled in was the direction of an expert. Under Yi Xian's orders, the flower god's sword attendant held a divine weapon that looked like the god's slaughtering sword. Although it was deliberately hidden, it still released a trace of its aura. As soon as the flower god's sword attendant arrived at the expert's side, it handed the divine weapon to the expert without hesitation. That expert didn't think too much about it, so he casually took it. After all, this divine armament looked somewhat similar to the god's slaughtering sword. This was a high-grade replica that Yi Xian had spent a huge amount of faith points to exchange for from the system store. Chapter 2862. Ambush. Whether it was its appearance or charm, it was almost the same as the god's slaughtering sword. At the very least, it would be difficult to see the difference if one didn't observe carefully. After doing all of this, the flower god's sword attendant committed suicide. That expert didn't even have time to react. At this moment, he still didn't know what had happened. He held a fake god's slaughtering sword in his hand, but he looked at the flower god's sword attendant in astonishment. Hong Hu. You dare to attack? Suddenly, a voice rang out beside the expert. It turned out that someone had also noticed the anomaly. When he saw that Yi Xian's figure had already disappeared from the net of laws, combined with the fake god slaughtering sword in the expert's hand, he would naturally be misunderstood. Thus, at this moment, there were people who charged towards the super expert without hesitation. "What are you doing?" the man asked, puzzled. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. With a punch, the expert named Hong who was sent flying before he could figure out what was going on. The fake god slaughtering sword in his hand had already changed owners. "Quick, the treasure is over there." Following these words, in an instant, the expert who had just obtained the fake god slaughtering sword didn't even have the time to take a second look at the god slaughtering sword before he was surrounded. Chaos broke out. This time, it was even more bloody and brutal. If it was said that the divine beasts had only used 30% of their strength in the previous battle, then at this moment, they had already used 12% of their strength. The massacre had begun. It was a bloody and brutal massacre. In just an instant, the entire sky had been dyed red. Yi Xian could also see the changes in the outside world from within the devouring space. To be precise, Yi Xian didn't completely enter the devouring space. After all, the difference in speed between the devouring space and the outside world was too great. Yi Xian completely entering it wasn't a very wise choice. Thus, the place where Yi Xian was standing was actually the entrance to the devouring space. Here, Yi Xian was able to completely conceal his aura, yet maintain the same speed as the outside world. Thus, being in this position was a very good choice. Yi Xian silently watched the slaughter in the outside world. Although this slaughter was caused by him, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of reluctance. Even if all of these experts from the demon god's divine domain died, Yi Xian wouldn't blink. It was not enough to describe the current situation. At that moment, in the sky and on the ground, there was a murderous aura everywhere. Especially around the fake god-slaying sword, it was even more terrifying. One expert after another died on the spot. The sky had already cracked, and the earth had already turned blood red. Countless experts had turned this area into 40,000 lands. As for the fake god slaughtering sword, it was being passed around in the hands of the experts. However, it was a pity that any super expert who got their hands on it would be killed in an instant. However, if one person died, another would immediately take over. Life was not over, and the battle was endless. These people had already gone completely crazy. He had already turned into a madman. Yi Xian was terrified when he saw this. Only now did he know that there were countless divine beasts hiding in the shadows around him. These divine beasts were hiding in the shadows at the beginning and did not participate in the battle. However, when the fake god slaughtering sword appeared, they appeared. Moreover, it seemed that the number of people hiding was far more than that. There were clearly strong cultivators falling at every moment, but there were still countless strong cultivators who continued to advance wave after wave. Life seemed so worthless at this moment. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. Yi Xian was just waiting for the center of the battle to leave. Every single divine beast expert who obtained the fake god slaughtering sword immediately left. They didn't have the time to check if it was real or fake, and even if someone discovered that there was a problem with the fake god slaughtering sword, no one would listen to his explanation. Therefore, the center of the battle was constantly moving away. Day after day. Normally, it would only take an hour to travel a distance, but now, it took a full 3 days. This distance might not be considered too far, but Yi Xian couldn't wait any longer. After all, it was hard to avoid experts suspecting him. Once they turned around to look for him, Yi Xian might be trapped here. On the shattered ground, anyone could tell that an incomparably tragic battle had once broken out here. Saying that not a single blade of grass grew was not enough to describe the decline here. It could be said that even a slightly larger stone no longer existed. Suddenly, a small mound in the soil moved, and a figure emerged from it. The moment that figure appeared, he fled into the distance without hesitation. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. This person was Yi Xian. At this moment, how could Yi Xian dare to stop at all? He practically used his full speed. Moreover, he was already prepared to be teleported into the mysterious trial space at any time. Because the requirements for strength in the trial space were too high, Yi Xian knew that it was useless for him to enter now. There were only a few chances to teleport, so Yi Xian wasn't willing to waste them. However, if there really was an expert chasing after him, then Yi Xian might not have a choice. Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. At the beginning, there really wasn't anything unusual. However, when Yi Xian had only traveled less than 3 million kilometers, he discovered that he'd been locked onto by several divine senses at the same time. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that there were still some intelligent divine beasts that suspected the location of the web of law, which was why this scene had occurred. It was very obvious that these people had come for Yi Xian from the start. However, the only thing that allowed Yi Xian to heave a sigh of relief was that since these people only dared to expose themselves now, it meant that they weren't super experts. Of course, Yi Xian didn't even know what his cultivation was. Yi Xian fled at an extremely fast speed because he knew very well that even if the enemy that had locked onto him wasn't too powerful, once he was entangled, he wouldn't have any good results. Unfortunately, the enemy obviously wouldn't allow Yi Xian to continue fleeing like this. Boom! Crash! A loud sound rang out. At the same time, a wall of water suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. To be more precise, it was a ball of water that completely surrounded Yi Xian. Water Law Barrier Domain. This was actually a special domain of the laws of water. Moreover, it wasn't a domain set up by a single person, but a formation domain set up by many people. System, what kind of domain is this? Yi Xian asked in confusion. This domain didn't seem to have too much power, at least on the surface. The light blue seawater surrounded this area. At the same time, it made the air in the center seem abnormally humid. However, the power was very gentle, causing people to not feel the slightest threat. Chapter 2863. A strange domain. Since someone had set up such a domain, then it probably wasn't that simple. Thus, at this moment, Yi Xian had no choice but to stop and quietly wait for the changes in the domain. Time slowly passed, but there was no change in the domain. However, half-human and half-fish demon beasts appeared from all directions. Some of these beasts were wielding tridents, some were wielding long swords, and some were even wielding longbows. However, their strength was generally very weak. Apart from their large numbers, there was almost no other redeeming feature. At this moment, Yi Xian slightly frowned. Could it be that the ones who set up the domain to capture him were these fishmen? If that's the case, then aren't you underestimating me too much? Yi Xian didn't use the god-slaughtering sword. Instead, he took out his rule bow and shot it out without the slightest hesitation. A violent force exploded out in the blink of an eye. One arrow was enough to kill thousands of these fishmen. Could it be that these mere people were really so weak and useless? Yi Xian was incomparably puzzled. However, just as Yi Xian was about to kill his way out, a strange change occurred. The fishmen that Yi Xian had blasted into smithereens actually quickly revived. What was even more terrifying was that even the enemies that Yi Xian had blasted into a bloody mist at the center of Yi Xian's attack were revived. Moreover, the strength of these revived fishmen had actually increased. What was going on? Yi Xian had never seen such a strange thing before. Yi Xian frowned slightly as he launched another attack towards the group of fishmen. A terrifying attack once again descended onto the newly revived fishmen. Just like last time, this group of fishmen was once again killed without any suspense. However, in the blink of an eye, those fishmen quickly revived. This time, Yi Xian saw it very clearly. These fishmen were truly able to increase their strength after reviving. When had Yi Xian ever seen such a terrifying scene? He could actually revive after death? Resurrection could also increase one's strength. I don't believe this. I want to see if you can resurrect infinitely. With a thought, Yi Xian pulled open the Law Divine Art once again and launched another attack. Yi Xian attacked, the fishman revived. Yi Xian attacked again, the fishman revived. After going back and forth dozens of times, Yi Xian finally gave up. These fishmen could actually revive infinitely, and their strength could increase. However, there was a limit to how much their strength could increase, and they could only increase it to the highest level, the inferior grade Divine Lord realm. A mere inferior grade 1 Divine Lord posed no threat to Yi Xian at all. However, who knew if these fishmen had any other special methods? Or rather, were there any other strange changes in this domain? Yi Xian didn't dare to delay any longer. This time, he directly released his might and 200 god-slaughtering swords to open a path. Yi Xian directly slaughtered a path of blood towards the edge of the domain. However, when Yi Xian arrived at the edge of the domain, he realized that this water barrier domain, which didn't seem to be anything special, wasn't something that could be broken just because he wanted to. First of all, this was not ordinary water of the Jianghu, but a type of heavy water. A mysterious heavy water that was as heavy as ore. Moreover, this heavy water was extremely difficult to break. Even if Yi Xian used his divine power to forcefully disperse it, it would still be difficult to break through. At this moment, how could Yi Xian not understand that if he wanted to break this domain, he couldn't break it by force? He could only find the person who used the domain and kill him, or find the cornerstone of the formation. Unfortunately, this was a formation set up by several people. It was already very difficult to find one person, let alone all of them. Yi Xian had been trapped here for so long, but he hadn't discovered anything at all. Therefore, there was only one choice left for Yi Xian, and that was to find the core of the formation. However, how could it be that easy to find it? System, do you have any ideas? Although Yi Xian knew in his heart that the system was helpless against him. Sure enough, the system's notification rang out. Ding! System notification, host, please note that the host does not have enough resources to directly break this domain. Yi Xian didn't have any eternal points, and he had consumed a huge amount of faith points. As for resources, he didn't have much left. Therefore, it was normal for the system to give him such a notification. It seemed that this time, Yi Xian could only exchange for some useful things in the system and then think of a way to break this domain himself. Who is playing tricks on me? Do you dare to stand out? Yi Xian shouted loudly. Although Yi Xian knew very well that the person in the dark wouldn't answer. Sure enough, other than the roars of the fishmen, the entire domain was silent. Yi Xian's divine sense quickly scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't find anything unusual. At this moment, Yi Xian's brows were tightly furrowed. Today, Yi Xian had encountered an unprecedented crisis. He didn't expect that after escaping the encirclement of those experts, he would fall into such a crisis again. And the most fundamental reason was that Yi Xian wasn't strong enough. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Yi Xian's leveling speed was already terrifying, but for Yi Xian, it was still insufficient. Yi Xian didn't even have the ability to resist those super experts with his cultivation base at the first-grade Divine Emperor realm. Of course, the people surrounding Yi Xian might not be as strong as Yi Xian. After all, if they were strong, they wouldn't be afraid to show their faces. However, this also showed that Yi Xian wasn't strong enough. If Yi Xian was a little stronger, then perhaps he wouldn't have been trapped by this domain. Yi Xian didn't make a move to kill the murlocs in front of him as he watched them advance one after another. In any case, these fishmen weren't a threat to Yi Xian at all. Yi Xian wanted to see what other methods the enemies hiding in the shadows had. Yi Xian didn't believe that these fellows really hoped that these fishmen would be able to kill him. As expected, seeing that Yi Xian wasn't killing those fishmen. Once again, a strange change occurred in the domain. Groups of fishmen kept gathering and actually devouring each other. Moreover, the strangest thing was that after these fishmen devoured each other, their realms actually increased. There were groups of fishmen gathered together, but they were quietly lining up, waiting for the fishmen at the very front to devour them. As it continued to devour, the realm of the fishmen also continued to increase. At first, it was only at the lower first-grade Divine Lord realm, but after devouring, it actually rose to the upper first-grade Divine Emperor realm. The strangest thing was that once all the fishmen reached the upper first-grade Divine Emperor realm, they stopped devouring each other. But even so, there were still 1,000 upper first-grade Divine Emperor Realm fishmen in front of Yi Xian. Most importantly, Yi Xian still couldn't kill them. Chapter 2864. Strange fishmen. Even though they were all at the first grade of the Divine Emperor Realm, these fishmen were already able to harm Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian released the Divine Wood Sword Attendant, what use was there in a situation where he could only defend and not attack? If this continued, Yi Xian was destined to die. Unless Yi Xian chose to teleport into that special trial space, or perhaps hide in the devouring space. Yi Xian continuously created defensive divine talismans one after another, transforming them into energy shields. Unfortunately, even so, these divine talismans would eventually be broken. Thus, it was useless to continue wearing them down like this. In the sky, on the ground, and even underground, with Yi Xian as the center, rays of protective light continuously flickered. Outside the light, the crazy fishmen continued to attack. For these fishmen, the thing they were least afraid of was death, because once they died, not only could they revive, their strength would also increase. Therefore, their attacks could be said to be endless and incomparably berserk. For a moment, Yi Xian was trapped on the spot. However, Yi Xian didn't move at all. Aside from occasionally replenishing his divine talisman defense, Yi Xian didn't even spare a glance at the fishmen outside. Instead, he wholeheartedly searched for a loophole in this domain. Yi Xian was also a formation master. Combined with his experience in creating divine talismans and refining magic treasures, it could be said that Yi Xian's comprehension of formations was extraordinary. Unfortunately, this time, the enemy had used a formation to set up a domain, so it contained both the profoundness of the formation and the miraculous power of the domain. Thus, it wouldn't be easy for Yi Xian to break through it. At this moment, Yi Xian's attention was completely focused. He released his divine sense and continuously explored. He wouldn't let go of even the tiniest corner. Over and over again, Yi Xian's divine sense quickly searched the entire domain. This domain was exquisite, but the person who set it up had underestimated Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian's mastery of formations exceeded that of ordinary people. The formation domain had its own advantages. However, in front of Yi Xian, there were also disadvantages. Yi Xian abruptly raised his head and looked at the center of the entire domain. There, waves of powerful energy were constantly fluctuating. That was the place where the energy of the entire domain was the most concentrated. That was also the place where the defense of the entire domain was the strongest. However, it was there that Yi Xian discovered the weakness of the domain. It could be said that this entire domain was extremely complete. Through the senses of his spiritual will, Yi Xian could even sense that even underground, he was still completely enveloped by the domain's power. The entire domain formed a circle, and the heavy water continued to flow, forming the entire domain. It was like a hollow ball of water, and Yi Xian was trapped in the center of it. At this moment, Yi Xian discovered that the top of the water ball was where the heavy water was flowing. To Yi Xian, that was the only chance to leave. The power of the heavy water was incomparably powerful. Coupled with the rapid flow of water, it was impossible for Yi Xian to forcefully charge out of the surroundings. Only at the joint would a very small hole occasionally appear due to the collision of the power of water. That was Yi Xian's chance. In Yi Xian's heart, he was once again certain that the person who set up this formation domain wasn't an expert. After all, how powerful was the formation domain? How could there be a loophole? Since there was a loophole, then there was only one explanation, and that was that the people controlling the formation domain were not strong enough to make the formation domain appear perfectly. Of course. No matter what the reason was, there was at least one thing that was certain. Yi Xian's chance had come. With a sudden leap, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest as he directly flew towards the center. Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaughtering sword to circle around Yi Xian, while the divine wood sword attendant followed closely behind him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already arrived at the center. However, since Yi Xian was able to discover the loophole in the center, how could the enemy not know? Therefore, at this moment, countless water tentacles extended out from the walls of water. As soon as those tentacles appeared, they lashed out at Yi Xian. Some of them even turned into water swords that filled the sky as they pounced towards Yi Xian. In an instant, the entire sky was completely surrounded by these weapons made of heavy water. It could be said that they were so dense that there wasn't even a single gap. However, there would still be a gap between attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian's spiritual will had already been mobilized to its maximum, and his entire figure was constantly dodging. Of course, as he dodged, he was still flying upwards. The power of unlimited teleportation was displayed to the extreme in this small area of dodging. It was as if the entire sky was filled with Yi Xian's figures. As Yi Xian flew upwards, the density of the attacks became tighter and tighter. Obviously, the enemy was getting anxious. But even so, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Dodging, advancing, dodging again, advancing again. Yi Xian pressed forward. No matter how the people in front of him tried to stop him, Yi Xian wouldn't stop. Wei Zhentian, who was controlling the god-slaying sword, had long since unleashed its maximum speed. Its extremely fast speed allowed the god-slaughtering sword to have the power to pierce through the heavy water. At the same time, it could also help Yi Xian block some of the water pillars that he didn't have time to dodge. Break for me. Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a loud roar as he charged towards the center of the area. Without a sound, Yi Xian charged out of the water ball. When Yi Xian hovered outside the water ball, he saw the person who set up the formation in an attempt to trap him. 9 strange fishmen. Compared to the fishmen in the domain, they were even uglier and weirder. Other than a pair of legs, the rest of these 9 fishmen's bodies were basically fish. They said they didn't take human form? Obviously, that wasn't the case. Since they were able to set up such a formation domain together, it was obvious that they had the strength to take human form. Thus, the only explanation was that they looked down on the human form from the start. Almost all the divine beasts that cultivated were clear about one thing. That was, in human form, it was extremely beneficial to the comprehension and use of the laws. The divine beast's main body might be able to obtain a boost in physique, strength, and other aspects, but if they wanted to quickly comprehend the laws and unleash the power of the laws to its fullest, they still needed to take human form. It was impossible for these 9 fishmen to not know about this, but why did they not choose to take human form? Even without anyone telling Yi Xian was extremely clear in his heart that if the 9-headed fishman were to transform into a human and use this formation domain, then it wouldn't be so easy for Yi Xian to walk out. Thus, for a moment, Yi Xian became interested in the 9 strange fish. System, detect these 9 monsters for me. I want to see what's so special about them. Chapter 2865. Continue to escape along with Yi Xian's order, the system's prompt quickly sounded out. Ding. System prompt, Yi Xian has 150,000 faith points. Does the host confirm, 150,000 faith points? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. It wasn't because of the amount of faith points he had, but because of the system's prompt. It seemed that every time Yi Xian needed to investigate something, he would need faith points. Yi Xian didn't notice when it started, but now that he suddenly noticed it, he discovered that every time he used the system to detect something, he would more or less consume some faith points. Faith points could be said to be the easiest thing for Yi Xian to obtain. Compared to eternal points, devouring points, and so on, faith points would only increase at any time, and the amount of increase was quite a bit. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian was willing, then after controlling the new territory, the rate at which his faith points increased would be even faster. Therefore, Yi Xian hadn't cared too much about faith points. He'd even thought that the faith point system was only used to exchange for other points, such as eternal points and devouring points. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. It seemed that there were still many uses for faith points. Moreover, the consumption was also extremely huge. With doubt in his mind, Yi Xian agreed to the detection. Ding. System prompt, the target is the Resentment Divine Fish Clan, one of the subsidiary races of the ancient demonic fish divine throne. They have an extremely heavy grudge against the human clan. Once they meet the human clan, they will definitely not rest until they die. Ding. The Resentment Divine Fish Clan is a special rare race. You have detected an optional mission, a rare race collector. Quest, Rare Race Collector. Quest requirements: find a suitable space to collect all kinds of rare races scattered throughout the God realm and tame them. The quest was optional, and there was no punishment for failure. If one collected a certain amount, they could open a special treasure chest. Collection quest. Moreover, there was no punishment. Yi Xian would definitely do it. After all, to others, this special space wasn't easy to find. However, Yi Xian had a devouring space with him, so it wasn't a problem to divide up some areas. Of course, since this quest was a race collection quest, then a rare race would probably require Yi Xian to collect at least 2 divine beasts, 1 male and 1 female. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly accepted the quest. This 9-headed fish wasn't very strong. Once Yi Xian broke through their formation domain, it could be said that they wouldn't be a threat at all. In addition, when Yi Xian heard the system's notification, he knew that this strange fish would attack as long as it saw a human, so he wasn't too worried about being hunted down by the treasure-snatching team. Thus, at this moment, Yi Xian once again asked the system, why do I need to consume faith points to use detection right now? Yi Xian had to figure this out. Otherwise, no matter how many faith points he had, he wouldn't be able to use them up. Yi Xian wouldn't be able to squander them like this. Ding, system notification, host, please note, along with the host's realm prompt, the target's strength will increase accordingly, so the system will need to use faith points to strengthen the detection. So that's how it is. Yi Xian nodded. Yi Xian understood the system's explanation. It seemed that no matter how many faith points he had, if Yi Xian didn't save them, it wouldn't be enough. When he returned his gaze to the strange fish, he discovered that the 9-headed fish had actually started to quickly escape. However, after ambushing Yi Xian, he wanted to immediately escape. How could it be so easy? Wei Zhentian, out. With Yi Xian's order, the 2 god-slaughtering swords immediately flew out. Of course, the goal of the god-slaughtering sword this time wasn't to kill these strange fish, but to trap them. Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaughtering sword and its speed was extremely fast. After a moment, it arrived beside the strange fish. The 2 god-slaughtering swords emitted sword light and easily trapped the strange fish. The strange fish was incomparably terrified as it continuously screamed. It was obvious that it was already afraid of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it was already too late for them to be afraid. When they first tried to surround and kill Yi Xian, they should have been able to think of such a result. Within the devouring space, Yi Xian once again opened up a special area. In this place, Yi Xian set up layers upon layers of restrictions and even seals. Afterwards, Yi Xian didn't even ask for the opinions of these strange fish and directly absorbed them into the devouring space. The pitiful 9-headed fish wanted to ambush Yi Xian but failed. Instead, it became Yi Xian's prisoner. And what awaited them would be endless domestication. After all, only by completely taming them would Yi Xian be able to complete his mission. Yi Xian didn't care too much about the rewards for collecting rare races. Just the fun of collecting them was worth it for Yi Xian to do. As soon as the strange fish disappeared, the formation domain and the fishmen inside also disappeared. Obviously, they were summoned by the 9-headed fish. Yi Xian didn't dare to stay here any longer. After all, no one knew if there would be enemies chasing after him. After all, Yi Xian wouldn't think of every divine beast expert as retarded as he was. Yi Xian's movements were extremely fast. Unfortunately, his doubts still erupted in the end. First, a strand of spiritual will swept past Yi Xian's body. Just as Yi Xian reacted, that strand of spiritual will had already locked onto him. Damn it! I've been discovered. Yi Xian was overwhelmed with shock. Since his spiritual will had already discovered him, it wouldn't be long before the divine beast expert caught up. Yi Xian displayed his greatest speed and quickly fled. Unfortunately, that spiritual will was tightly locked onto Yi Xian. System, refine restrictions and divine talismans to stop that person behind me. Yi Xian couldn't care less. After all, it wasn't as if Yi Xian's spiritual will hadn't detected anything, but he hadn't discovered anything. This meant that the person whose spiritual will had locked onto him was definitely much stronger than Yi Xian. Thus, the only thing Yi Xian could do was flee. Yet he still ran away when he saw the enemy. This was an extremely shameful thing to do. However, even though he knew that the enemy was incomparably powerful and that it was impossible for him to defeat them, he still tried to fight. That would be the behavior of a fool. Thus, how could Yi Xian care about face at this moment? Moreover, the fake god slaughtering sword would be exposed sooner or later. Once it was exposed, then those furious divine beast experts would naturally understand that Yi Xian had set them up. If they chased after him, how could Yi Xian have a chance? Divine Wood Sword Attendant, come out. Go, block the pursuers for me. Within the formation domain, whether it was the fishmen or the heavy water attacks, they were actually unable to harm the Divine Wood Sword Attendant in the slightest. At this moment, Yi Xian could only send the Divine Wood Sword Attendant out again. Wuxia Sword Attendant, follow the Divine Wood Sword Attendant to investigate. Once there's any news, report back immediately. Yi Xian once again released the Wuxia Sword Attendant. Although this little fellow was incomparably weak, it was still useful for detection. One divine rune after another descended, transforming into restrictions that slowed down the enemy. Yi Xian didn't dare to stop at all as he continuously fled forward. As he fled, Yi Xian could feel the divine will that had locked onto him fluctuate a few times. Yi Xian could guess that perhaps the Divine Wood Sword Attendant had already fought with him. Chapter 2866. Substance illusion. He didn't know how far he'd gone, but the divine sense that locked onto Yi Xian had disappeared. Not long after, the sword servant returned with a divine beast corpse in his hand. This time, it could be said that Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Only now did Yi Xian realize that he'd underestimated his own strength, underestimated the strength of the Divine Wood Sword Attendant. For a long time, the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant had always been a supporting existence and rarely fought alone. But in reality, the current Divine Wood Sword Attendant already had the strength to fight alone against enemies. It was even slightly stronger than Yi Xian. For example, this time, Yi Xian only wanted the Divine Wood Sword Attendant to stop the enemy. It could be said that he never thought that the Divine Wood Sword Attendant would be able to kill the enemy. However, the Divine Wood Sword Attendant did it. Not only did he complete the mission that Yi Xian gave him, he even killed the enemy. Yi Xian looked at the divine beast corpse in the hands of the Divine Wood Sword Attendant and felt rather helpless in his heart. Just as he was about to devour the corpse, he didn't expect that this time, Yi Xian would actually find a universe ring on the divine beast's body. It wasn't that divine beasts didn't know how to use universe rings, but compared to the Kunlun divine domain, the ratio of divine beasts in the demon god divine domain holding universe rings wasn't that high. Yi Xian first took the universe ring with a puzzled heart. Because the divine beast was already dead, the spiritual will seal on it wasn't very strong, even if it was much stronger than Yi Xian when it was alive. But now, Yi Xian was still able to easily undo it. It was a pile of miscellaneous materials mixed with some spirit stones. It seemed that this divine beast couldn't be considered rich. But just as Yi Xian was about to casually devour it, he unexpectedly discovered a special item. Ding! System notification, special material detected, Realm Guarding Illusion Bead. Realm Guarding Illusion Bead? What is this? Yi Xian opened the introduction and carefully looked at it. The Realm Guarding Illusion Bead was a teleportation bead that could be used to enter a special secret realm. Through this bead, one could be teleported to a specific illusion. Wait, illusion? Secret realm? Yi Xian was puzzled and instantly clicked on the information about the illusion. Illusions were a type of secret realm. However, they were not ordinary secret realms. Instead, they were hidden by a special method to store resources or other special purposes. Illusions were usually not very big, but what was inside was set up according to the master's wishes. Speaking of which, it could be considered to be of a higher level than a secret realm. So that's how it is. Yi Xian nodded. To put it bluntly, this thing was just a warehouse. However, Yi Xian's devouring space came with him, while this demonic beast could only use an illusion pearl to teleport. Yi Xian only hesitated for a moment before immediately making a decision. In any case, he might be chased down if he stayed outside, so he might as well enter this illusion. It would be safer. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He casually swallowed the divine beast's corpse and crushed the illusion bead. Similar to using a teleportation talisman, Yi Xian was quickly teleported to the entrance of a secret realm. This was a cave, but it was obvious that this cave wasn't that simple. As expected, when Yi Xian walked inside, he discovered that he was walking downhill. However, when he looked at the cave with his naked eye, even if he used his spiritual will to detect it, all he could see was a flat road. When Yi Xian turned around to look at his feet, he discovered that there was a faint circle of light around his body. Illusion technique. This cave turned out to be a place sealed by an illusion lock. The explanation for the illusion technique was actually very simple. It meant that the illusion technique had already materialized, and there was no method to unlock it like the illusion bead. Thus, those who entered could only walk on the normal path of the cave, and would not be able to discover anything special about this place. They would only treat this place as a cave. However, with the illusion bead, the person who entered would be automatically guided by the power of the illusion bead, break open a new path, and then head underground. Yi Xian no longer had any doubts and continued walking forward. After walking for an unknown period of time, Yi Xian's eyes finally lit up. At the same time, he heard the sound of dripping water. In the distance, the noise of some monkeys could be heard. Could it be that this was a monkey cave? However, Yi Xian remembered that the divine beast that was killed by the divine wood sword attendant wasn't a monkey. What was going on? Or could it be said that the divine beast had only obtained such an illusion bead, and this secret realm did not belong to him? It was only equivalent to an invitation, and only allowed him to enter? Of course, the divine beast was already dead, so Yi Xian couldn't confirm anything. This secret realm wasn't very big, and the strength of the apes inside wasn't very strong. Yi Xian only needed to use his divine sense to scan through the entire secret realm. Apart from a set of armor and a broadsword in the center, there was only one tombstone that was worthy of Yi Xian's attention. Great wisdom, great martial progenitor, the tomb of the heavenly divine monkey. This secret realm was actually a tomb? After a long time, Yi Xian actually ran over to the tomb of the monkey ancestor. Gigi, who are you? Suddenly, a little monkey jumped in front of Yi Xian and blinked its eyes as it asked him. The little monkey's eyes were extremely clear, and it didn't have the slightest bit of enmity towards Yi Xian. Thus, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't unreasonably kill him. Instead, he casually replied, "I am Yi Xian." Yi Xian, Gigi, I've never heard of it. Gigi, what are you doing here? Could it be for the blessing of the ancestor? Ancestor. It was the ancestor again. Within the demon god's divine domain, the most mysterious thing was probably the power of the ancestor. The most common was also the power of the ancestor. It could be said that the power of the ancestor was everywhere. Who would have thought that there would be a mention of the ancestor's blessing here? Yi Xian frowned slightly, but didn't refute. Instead, he asked, "How did you know?" Gigi, since you've come here, if it's not for the blessing of the ancestor, then what else could it be for? Let's go, I'll take you to see my ancestor. Ancestor? It was just that he didn't know if this so-called ancestor was speaking of grief and indignation, or if it was a name. Of course, no matter what it was, Yi Xian didn't care. In any case, there was no existence in this cave that could threaten Yi Xian, so Yi Xian didn't hesitate to follow. A moment later, Yi Xian was brought in front of an old monkey by the little monkey. This old monkey was extremely old, and it also didn't have much cultivation. Ancestor, there is a human who wants to seek the ancestor's blessing. Human race? You said it's a human race? The ancestor raised his head in confusion and looked at Yi Xian. After confirming Yi Xian's identity as a human, he doubtfully asked, "It's been 1,000,000 years since a human has come here." "Little fellow, tell me, what's wrong with your human race? Why hasn't anyone come here in the past 1,000,000 years? Could it be that your human race is going to be exterminated as well? Extermination? Chapter 2867. Wanted list, why do you say that my human race is about to be annihilated? Yi Xian asked his ancestor with a puzzled expression. Isn't that so? In the ancestral spirit cave, as long as the geniuses of the various races meet the requirements, they can enter and obtain the blessings of my monkey god clan's ancestor. It has been more than 1,000,000 years since I took over and managed it, but not a single one of you humans have come. Isn't it because you are too weak that you were eliminated by the myriad races? The power of the ancestor was also open to the human race? It was open at least 1,000,000 years ago. These words instantly caused Yi Xian to have doubts in his heart. However, from the mouth of the ancestor of the monkey clan, Yi Xian could tell that their clan had always been guarding this secret realm and had never had any contact with the outside world. Therefore, they probably didn't know what Yi Xian said. Naturally, there was no need for Yi Xian to look for trouble. Of course not. Our human race is developing very well right now. It's just that we haven't obtained the illusion bead yet. Yi Xian's reply caused the old monkey to glance at Yi Xian in confusion. With a wave of his hand, a screen of light appeared in front of the old monkey. There were obviously some things recorded on it, but unfortunately, Yi Xian couldn't understand them. That shouldn't be the case. According to the rules set by the ancestors, I distribute the human clan's illusion beads every year, and the human clan's patriarch has also received them. Why do you say that the human clan has never obtained an illusion bead? Yi Xian naturally knew why. Simply put, these illusion beads had probably fallen into the hands of other races a long time ago. This mysterious place had no connection with the outside world, so naturally, they would believe whatever the other races said. Even if they had doubts, they wouldn't be able to verify it. The current Kunlun divine domain no longer had a place for the human clan. Thus, it wasn't surprising that the extra illusion beads were stolen by the juniors of other powerful races. Yi Xian felt that this ancestral land of the monkey clan was a place that had already existed before the battle of the Dusk of the Gods. Just like how Yi Xian needed to rebuild his faith, this piece of land rented by the monkey clan was probably also a land of faith. However, their will was for the 10,000 races to coexist and not interfere. They only distributed the illusion clan every once in a while so that the geniuses of the various races could enter this place and obtain the blessings of the ancestors. Could it be that in the ancient times, in the demon god's divine domain, the various races actually coexisted peacefully? Then why did it turn out like this now? Why did the human clan become the target of the other races' suppression? And it was a suppression that left no way out? For a moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with doubts. However, he naturally couldn't resolve it right now. Thus, Yi Xian could only put his doubts in his heart and follow the monkey clansman forward. The land rented by the monkey clan was naturally blessed by the ancestor of the monkey clan. However, he didn't know what kind of blessing he would give Yi Xian. Yi Xian was led to stand on a platform. After everything was prepared, he saw a few monkey clansmen chanting and directing a ray of light to Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian had already experienced the blessing of the ancestor once, so he wasn't afraid at all. The duration of the ancestor's blessing this time wasn't considered long, and what Yi Xian obtained was only a bit of agility enhancement. All in all, the ancestor's blessing in the monkey clan's rented land was very ordinary. Of course, to Yi Xian, the most important thing wasn't to say what he received from the blessing, but to say that he saw a possibility in the rented land. A possibility that was almost inevitable in ancient times. The possibility of the human clan of the demon god's realm coexisting peacefully with the other races and competing equally. Unfortunately, over the course of countless years, everything had changed. Then, when did it start to change? What was the reason for the change? Yi Xian's strength was limited, and his time was even more limited. It would be extremely difficult for him to save the entire human clan of the demon god's realm. If he could find the source of the matter and deal with the conflict between the human clan of the demon god's realm and the other races from the source, perhaps that would be the best solution. Of course, this matter could only be carried out step by step. After all, Yi Xian had no clue. After retreating from the monkey clan's ancestral grounds, Yi Xian discovered that it was difficult for him to find any traces of the place. At this moment, Yi Xian was still standing in the cave. However, he didn't discover anything about the monkey clan's ancestral grounds. Even if Yi Xian were to dig into the ground, he wouldn't be able to discover anything. The only way to reach the monkey clan's ancestral grounds was through the illusion orb. At this moment, once Yi Xian retreated, there was nothing he could do. Of course, after retreating from the monkey clan's ancestral grounds, Yi Xian was temporarily safe because he didn't know where this place was. Why was it temporarily safe? Finally, an incomparably powerful expert seized the god-slaughtering sword and discovered that the god-slaughtering sword was a fake. In addition, a divine beast had once sensed the battle between Yi Xian and the strange fish, and in an instant, it thought that it and the others had been deceived. Yi Xian's appearance hadn't been hidden from the beginning, so all the experts knew of Yi Xian's appearance. As a result, a large number of wanted posters were quickly issued, and all of them were wanted posters with heavy rewards. At this moment, Yi Xian walked forward. He didn't have any goals. Originally, he was going to search for the holy sons of the various clans and find Luo Luo's whereabouts after defeating them. However, Yi Xian knew that once those supreme experts discovered the fake god-slaughtering sword, they definitely wouldn't let him off. Therefore, he didn't dare to rashly cause trouble. Even if he wanted to find the holy son to ask, it wouldn't be at this time. During this period of time, it was best for Yi Xian to keep a low profile. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian didn't know that the arrest warrant for him had already been issued. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't need to hide like this. After 2 days, Yi Xian finally found a city. Divine beasts rarely built cities, and even if they did, they definitely wouldn't be as large as the cities built by the humans of the Kunlun divine realm. Moreover, it could be said that every city had its own characteristics. For example, the city that Yi Xian was currently seeing. This city was built by a race called the Great Ant Race. This Great Ant Race was rather special. They had a clear division of labor similar to ants, and their internal organization was extremely strict. However, they were so huge that they couldn't be called ants at all. It could only be said that they were a special race that had learned the organizational structure of ants. Legend had it that the Great Ant Race was not a race from the god realm, but from some mysterious place. However, there was no way to prove this legend. Even the Great Ant Race did not know about it. Therefore, this legend could only be said to be over. When Yi Xian walked into the city, he felt a sense of oppression. The appearance of the Great Ant Race was similar to that of a human. It had 2 legs, 4 arms, and its face was also very similar to that of a human. However, there was no hair on its head, but 2 strange tentacles. Of course, their tentacles had many uses. As for its body, it was divided into 3 parts and covered in scales. From its appearance, it looked like an ant. This was probably the origin of the name of the Great Ant Race. Chapter 2868. 7 Bloody Nights. The reason why Yi Xian felt oppressed was because this city was too strict. It could be said that aside from outsiders, as long as they were from the Great Ant clan, every single one of them had a clear division of labor and had their own missions. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking towards the city gate. At the city gate, there was a row of Great Ant clan guards. These guards were lined up neatly, to the point that every single movement was exactly the same. From the sky to the ground, there were a total of 6 levels, with 12 guards on each level. However, these guards didn't even have the slightest deviation from the angle of the broadsword in their hands. The instant Yi Xian walked through the city gate, the forbidden sky restriction was immediately activated, forcing everyone to land on the ground. Coincidentally, the place where they landed just so happened to be within the city. Inside the city, a row of guards was checking the identity of everyone who entered the city. As for what they were checking, Yi Xian didn't know at all. When Yi Xian walked into the city, he saw an even more bizarre scene. Every single member of the Great Ant clan was lined up neatly. Oppressive, incomparably oppressive. This city was filled with oppression, and there wasn't the slightest bit of chaos in the entire city. This was the God realm. The strong were respected, and strength represented everything in the God realm. However, it seemed that this general rule was no longer applicable here. In this place, all rules were no longer applicable. Yi Xian had seen it with his own eyes, and he'd seen it more than once. A powerful god king was lined up with some small fry that he could blow to death with a single breath of air. Of course, this was the tradition of the Great Ant clan, and it had nothing to do with Yi Xian. In this city, there was a special area to receive outsiders, and Yi Xian could only go there. Apart from this area, anyone who accidentally trespassed would be politely asked to leave. Only when Yi Xian walked into this special area did he feel a little better. Yi Xian didn't actually have any purpose for coming here. It was only because he happened to pass by this place. Thus, at this moment, Yi Xian casually found a restaurant and walked in. "Sir, please go upstairs." Yi Xian nodded and directly walked upstairs. Those who opened shops in this area weren't from the Great Ant clan. If they were, they probably wouldn't shout like this. After randomly finding a seat, Yi Xian held the god-slaughtering sword in his hand and carefully observed it. After all, Yi Xian hadn't had the time to take a few more glances at the god-slaughtering sword after it was strengthened. At this moment, the appearance of the god-slaughtering sword had changed a lot, but it was still enough for Yi Xian to see its original appearance. At this moment, the god-slaughtering sword was overflowing with color. It could be said that even a blind person would be able to tell that the god-slaughtering sword was extraordinary. It was inevitable that there would be people who would have ulterior motives. At this moment, a group of people were secretly communicating with a secret sound transmission technique. However, they were clearly extremely fearful, not only because of Yi Xian's strength, but also because this was the territory of the Great Ant clan. Yi Xian casually ordered some food and prepared to rest here for a while. After all, Yi Xian was still a bit tired from the fearful escape route. Thus, at this moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but relax his vigilance, so he didn't notice their movements in time. At this moment, Yi Xian was still sitting in his seat, unaware of the approaching danger. A customer in the restaurant hurriedly ran out, and not long after, a sound transmission talisman flew out. After eating, Yi Xian walked out. Yi Xian didn't know where to go in the Great Ant clan's city, so he just casually strolled around. At this moment, a young man ran in front of Yi Xian. "Senior, is this your first time in my Great Ant city?" Yi Xian glanced at that person. His strength was very ordinary, so he didn't mind and only nodded. "Senior, how about this? Where do you want to go? This lowly one will bring you there. When the time comes, you can just give this lowly one a reward. Do you think that's okay?" So that was what this guy meant. The profession of guide was something that almost every city had. It wasn't anything special, so Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and directly asked, "Tell me, is there any place worth going to here?" "Senior, you've asked the right person. Great Ant City is the territory of the Great Ant race, and the Great Ant race is famous for their strictness, so the magic treasures they make can be said to be the most exquisite. The treasure gathering pavilion is the largest auction venue in Great Ant City, and of course, other than that, the 7 Bloody Nights is also a good place to go. The 7 Bloody Nights is an entertainment venue, and it can be said that as long as you have enough spirit stones, you can enjoy all the services you want there." That person started to introduce Yi Xian without end. This time, Yi Xian had come to relax, so he immediately fell in love with the 7 Bloody Nights. 7 Bloody Nights, this name is a bit interesting. Tell me, what's so special about it? Yi Xian interrupted that person and casually asked. "Senior, you might not know, but the name 7 Bloody Nights also has a great origin. It is said that when the 7 Bloody Nights was created, the white ferocious giant race and the sharp-mouthed silver hook race fought for the right to manage the 7 Bloody Nights. The blood of the two races flowed like rivers during those 7 days, and the white ferocious giant race who won in the end was famous for being simple-minded, so they didn't even bother to think of a name and directly used the 7 Bloody Nights as their name." "White ferocious giant race?" Yi Xian softly said. The guide immediately said, Senior should not provoke the white ferocious giant race. This race is very simple-minded, and could even be said to be very stupid. However, they are stubborn and have a good relationship with the great ant race. Moreover, one of their servant races, the thousand-eyed wolf frog race, is famous for being cunning. It can be said that they are not easy to provoke. So, if Senior goes to the 7 bloody nights, remember not to make enemies with the white ferocious giant race. Even if these fellows temporarily don't cause trouble for you in the 7 bloody nights, once you leave the city, you will definitely encounter the endless pursuit of the white ferocious giant race and the great ant race. These fellows are stubborn fellows. Once they decide that you are an enemy, they will definitely not stop until they kill you. So, do not provoke them. Moreover, there are countless experts in these 2 races. Yi Xian nodded. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't cause trouble for no reason. He came here to relax, not to cause trouble. Why would he provoke the white ferocious giant race if he had nothing better to do? With a decision in his heart, Yi Xian no longer hesitated and directly let the person lead the way towards the 7 bloody nights. Very quickly, Yi Xian was led to a rather remote pavilion by that person. This pavilion was very dilapidated, but it was definitely not simple. Chapter 2869. Puppet Maze. Yi Xian nodded in agreement, then threw a pile of spirit stones to that person before walking inside. The bloody 7 nights didn't have any rules for entering. As long as you wanted to go in and play, anyone could go in. However, it wasn't that simple to enter the real bloody 7 nights secret realm. There were almost no people in the outer bloody 7 nights. After all, those who could come here were all here for the special things in the secret realm. Not long after Yi Xian entered, an attendant arrived in front of him. Hello, sir. May I ask if this is your first time coming to our bloody 7 nights? The attendant's appearance was very strange. He had the head of a wolf, but the body of a bullfrog. As for his eyes, they were compound eyes. This should be the subsidiary race of the giant Bai Meng, the thousand-eyed wolf frog race. Yi Xian thought to himself, the name of the thousand-eyed wolf frog race is quite vivid. Isn't compound eyes just like 1,000 eyes? And the wolf head frog body, isn't that the wolf frog? Of course, Yi Xian's gaze didn't linger on the thousand-eyed wolf frog clan attendant for too long. Instead, he said, this is my first time here. So that's how it is. Then, please follow me to apply for the identity rune. Identity rune? What's that? Yi Xian asked in confusion. Oh, dear customer, you might not know, but in my bloody 7 nights, there are a total of 7 entertainment areas, and in each area, there is a corresponding identification rune. As for the way to handle it, it is very simple. You only need to show your wealth, and you can rest assured that my bloody 7 nights has a perfect reputation. It can be said that as long as you are our guest, we will definitely protect your privacy and safety. Although the thousand-eyed wolf frog clan attendant wasn't strong, his tone was neither servile nor overbearing. It was obvious that he would often encounter experts here. As for Yi Xian's high-level Divine Emperor realm cultivation, he could only be considered to be above average in the bloody 7 nights. Since he was here to relax, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't cause trouble. He directly followed the thousand-eyed wolf frog to the other side. Very quickly, Yi Xian's identification rune was processed. Yi Xian only displayed 1,000,000 spirit stones and obtained the authority to enter the 1st and 2nd regions. After all, Yi Xian was only here to relax. He wouldn't really stay here to entertain himself for too long. After the identity rune was processed, Yi Xian was directly welcomed into a teleportation formation. This was the entrance to the bloody 7 nights secret realm. However, when Yi Xian walked into the 1st region, he realized how extravagant the bloody 7 nights was. The area that Yi Xian had entered was only the lowest level of the 1st region, but the area it occupied was already equivalent to a realm. Moreover, there were countless pavilions and pavilions. Everyone who entered would be assigned to a palace, and within the palace, there were 1,000 servants. Of course, the monthly fee of 100,000 spirit stones was not something that ordinary people could easily accept. Of course, if someone was willing to add 1,000,000 spirit stones, then the lives of these 1,000 servants could be handed over to their master. These servants were specially nurtured by the Bloody Seven Knights. They could be considered to be one of the subsidiary races of the Bloody Seven Knights. Moreover, each of them had taken the face-preserving pill refined by the Bloody Seven Knights. This face-preserving pill not only made these servants look handsome, but it was also a method of control. It could be said that none of the servants of the Bloody Seven Knights had any way of leaving this secret realm. Once they left, the only thing that awaited them would be their bodies exploding and dying. Of course, as long as you paid the corresponding price, then even if you wanted servants of any race, the Bloody Seven Knights would be able to get them. Yi Xian didn't care about these servants. After accepting his own haul, Yi Xian walked out. In the Bloody Seven Knights, all the servants wore the same clothes. Of course, in their own halls, the master could let the servants change into the clothes they liked according to their own preferences. Outside, they could only wear the same clothes. The reason for this was to make it easier to distinguish their identities. In other words, as long as they weren't wearing servant clothes, they were definitely guests. Bet. Without a doubt, it was an essential item in every entertainment venue, and it was the same in the Bloody Seven Knights. Moreover, here, you can also set the stakes according to your own wishes. At this moment, Yi Xian walked into a casino called the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. The Treasure Gathering Pavilion was extremely large, and there were many tricks to play. Other than the regular dice, 9, and so on, there were also many people who wanted to play new games. In any case, as long as you were willing, you could gamble however you wanted. At this moment, Yi Xian was standing on a gambling platform. The banker here had opened a bet that was rather interesting to Yi Xian. This guy had actually created several mini mazes. There were several puppets in this maze, and the requirements of the bet were very simple. Whoever could control their own mini puppet and reach the end first would be considered to have won, and all the bets would belong to them. The banker would not personally participate in the bet. After all, he was the one who created the maze. Even if he wanted to participate, no one would be willing to play with him. As for driving the little person, it could only be done with spiritual will. Therefore, the requirements for the fine control of spiritual will were extremely high. The maze was irregular and constantly changing. According to the dealer, his maze contained a total of 9,999 types of random changes, and it was happening at any time. Therefore, at the same time, it also tested the level of control the gamblers had over the formation. It could be said that if one wanted to win, not only would one have to have a certain foundation in formations, one would also have to have an extremely powerful spiritual will. What Yi Xian saw was that most of the people surrounding this place were array masters. Because of this bet, only array masters would dare to challenge it. If it was anyone else, even if their spiritual will was incomparably strong, they would only be trapped if they didn't understand formations. Come, place your bets. 10,000 spirit stones for 9 positions. Who else wants to sign up? Another round of gambling began. Yi Xian watched the round and had the idea of giving it a try. At this moment, he casually threw down 10,000 spirit stones and stood beside a puppet. Yo, there's a newcomer. I've never seen you before. Beside Yi Xian, a shape-shifted divine beast looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile. Yi Xian also smiled and said indifferently, I only came today. Ha, newcomer, you have to be careful. This puppet maze isn't as simple as you think. Whether it's simple or not, we'll only know after we try. Yi Xian said indifferently. In fact, Yi Xian was quite confident in his own abilities. In any case, Yi Xian was also an array master, a divine talisman master, and a restriction master. He was much stronger than these simple array masters, so Yi Xian was confident that he could defeat them. The 9 of them quickly gathered together, and the 90,000 spirit stones were all kept by the banker. The banker did not stand on ceremony and directly took away 5,000 spirit stones. The reason he created this puppet maze was naturally to obtain benefits. Otherwise, why would he open a casino? Chapter 2870. Refining Star Sand. The banker had already explained the basic operation method. Moreover, even if there was no need to explain it, one would be able to understand it after watching it once. Therefore, at this moment, with a shout, everyone used their spiritual will to control their puppets and began to walk forward. Yi Xian covered the entire maze with his spiritual will as he carefully observed the changes in order to find the path the puppet would take. At the same time, he had to think of a way to stop the interference of the other 8 people's spiritual will. Actually, this puppet maze could already be considered a very gentle gambling platform. The 9 people's spiritual wills would not attack others. However, when the 9 spiritual wills were gathered in this small maze, it was inevitable that they would affect each other. Therefore, everyone had to control the power of their spiritual will at all times to prevent it from being disturbed. After all, once one's spiritual will was disturbed, it would be even more difficult to control it. For example, at this moment, the person who was with Yi Xian wasn't strong enough to control his spiritual will. At this moment, he was actually being disturbed by the other 8 people's spiritual will. He couldn't even drive the puppet. Yi Xian's spiritual will completely enveloped the tiny puppet and used it to construct a complete defense around it. Out of the 9 people, only 4 were able to do this. However, there were also people who took a different path. At this moment, there was one person who had turned his spiritual will into a tentacle and wrapped it around his puppet. The tentacle had the ability to detect. Once it sensed the interference of other spiritual will, it would immediately turn into a shield of spiritual will to defend. The advantage of doing this was that the use of spiritual will was maximized. There was no need to waste much spiritual will. However, it wasn't impossible for anyone to do this. It could be said that this person's control had an extremely terrifying requirement for the microscopic operation of his spiritual will. The 9 of them used their greatest abilities to break through the maze while controlling the puppets to move forward. At this moment, no one in the surrounding microscopic world interfered. After all, since they were here to play, they all knew very well that this puppet maze required extreme concentration. Yi Xian's entire mind was focused on the puppet maze. He quickly broke through the maze formation in his mind and searched for a way out. The tiny puppet stumbled forward step by step. It took Yi Xian an entire hour to walk out of a small puppet maze. Even so, he was the first to walk out, and his speed was much faster than the second place by a large margin. With 95,000 spirit stones in hand, Yi Xian didn't care too much about the spirit stones bet. Instead, he was interested in the puppet maze. This was because he had only played once, and he could clearly feel that his spiritual will had improved a little. It could be said that as long as Yi Xian played with the puppet maze once a day, he would be able to quickly improve his spiritual will control. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't know how to make this puppet maze. Even if he thought of a way to buy one from the Zhuang family, he wouldn't be able to train without a group of people using their spiritual will to compete with him. Therefore, Yi Xian gave up on the idea of buying this puppet maze to train his spiritual will. After playing a round of the puppet maze, Yi Xian continued to walk forward. Not long after, he came across another strange gambling platform. He didn't know where this banker had gotten a large amount of special minerals called star sand from. This star sand was used to refine magic treasures, but in reality, it wasn't of much use. However, the star sand had an extremely special attribute, and that was that it was extremely difficult to refine. Generally speaking, the weapon refiners of the God realm would use star sand as a grade assessment material. Of course, star sand was also divided into grades, and the star sand on the gambling platform was actually the highest grade of existence. The rules of the gambling platform were extremely simple. The star sand was divided into equal amounts, and whoever could refine the star power within it the fastest would win. Of course, if the time was about right, then it would be decided according to the purity of the star power refined. Refining star sand was a basic skill that every weapon refiner knew, so it was inevitable that there would be people who wanted to try and challenge it. Even if they clearly knew that since this person dared to set up a gambling platform, it meant that he was extremely confident in refining star sand. Come, who's willing to give it a try? Extracting star sand is a basic skill of every artificer. There are 2 portions of star sand, and whoever can extract it first will be the winner. The minimum bet is 100,000 spirit stones. Who's willing to give it a try? If you win against me, I'll pay you double. The dealer won once again. He happily put away the spirit stones he had won into his interspatial ring. Then, he started to shout loudly again. Yi Xian had been paying attention to the dealer's movements. Unfortunately, this guy didn't cheat, but the refining method was very special. It wasn't a normal refining method, but a very strange one. Including Yi Xian, other than the Zhuang clan, everyone else would probably feel extremely uncomfortable just by watching. Each of his actions seemed to be deliberately going against the laws of refinement. Each of his actions seemed to be so daring. It felt like this fellow wasn't refining materials at all, but was courting death. Li fire, mysterious fire, extinguishing fire, dark fire, calamity fire. There were 5 completely different refining flames, but this guy insisted on forcefully merging them into one. Not to mention others, even Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do this with the help of the system. The fusion of 5 types of flames wasn't that simple, because these 5 types of flames weren't simple flames. Afterwards, when this fellow was refining, he was extremely bold and risky. Almost every time he purified, he would only stop when he reached the critical point of strength. Yi Xian felt ashamed of his control. As long as this fellow was slightly slower, he was destined to destroy the entire refining process. However, he had grasped that delicate moment perfectly. Genius. With a thought, Yi Xian gave his evaluation. At the same time, he suddenly came to a realization. If it was someone who could be called a genius in the demon god's domain, wouldn't it be very likely that he was the Holy Son? Yi Xian's gaze was focused on that person, but he wasn't sure. After all, this person didn't reveal anything special about him. He silently memorized this person, then left an extremely secretive spiritual will mark on him. Afterwards, Yi Xian left the gambling platform. If this guy was a Holy Son, then Yi Xian wanted to see if he could get any useful information from him. Of course, everything was still unknown. Only Yi Xian would know if he was the Holy Son or not. Although this was only a level 1 area, there were all sorts of strange gambling styles, and the stakes were also different. Here, as long as you dared to make a bet, someone would dare to accept it. Yi Xian personally saw a fellow whose eyes were red from gambling actually bet his life on it. In the end, he lost and was imprinted with a slave mark. Chapter 2871. One's life. The gambling platform occupied a large area, and it was surrounded by a ring of pavilions. Blood Hunt. It could be said that this was a very popular gambling platform in the level 1 area. It was called a gambling platform because one could also gamble here. But more than that, it wasn't gambling. The Blood Hunt's gameplay was extremely brutal. The enclosed area was deliberately divided into several large areas. Every time it opened, there would be battles between 2 areas, 3, 4, or even more areas. There were many ways to play it. One could enter the arena and kill the living creatures as they pleased. One could also choose an area and attack other areas according to one's wishes. Unfortunately, the instant Yi Xian saw this, he almost went berserk. Human race, all of them were human race. In that arena, no matter which area it was, there were imprisoned humans. It was very likely that those humans had been kept in captivity by this gambling platform for generations. At the end of a gambling fight, at least tens of thousands of people would lose their lives, but they would quickly be replenished. When Yi Xian went over, there was a divine beast that had transformed into its original form and was slaughtering to its heart's content. One after another, humans were torn apart by him, as if he was eating fruits. He grabbed a human in his hand and casually crushed it to death. The bright red blood was like a delicious drink that he casually swallowed. The unbridled laughter of the other divine beasts could be heard from the surroundings. Perhaps in the eyes of the human race, these pavilions were unreachable and frightening. This was because every time someone came down from these pavilions, there would be a reign of terror. Yi Xian actually didn't want to cause trouble. His main purpose in coming here was to relax and rest for a few days. But who would have thought that even though he didn't want to cause trouble, it just had to cause trouble for him. Step by step, Yi Xian directly walked towards the Zhuang clan's location. Walala. A large pile of spirit stones was poured out like a small mountain. On the other side, there was also a pile of various resources. The banker's face was overjoyed. He immediately ran over and asked Yi Xian, esteemed guest, I wonder how you want to play? That person didn't realize the anger in Yi Xian's heart at all. He thought that Yi Xian was here to have fun, so he was naturally very enthusiastic. Yi Xian's face was cold as he asked in an ice-cold voice, you guys can play however you want here. Of course, esteemed guest. As long as you want to play, we can provide you with it. Very good. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he casually waved his hand and threw another 10 ancient resources into the pile of spirit stones. I will use these as a bet. Whoever wants to obtain these spirit stones and resources will have to come down and fight me. Regardless of life or death, if you defeat me, all of these resources will be yours. Yi Xian said these words to everyone present. Because in Yi Xian's heart, he'd already determined that these people deserved to die. Of course, the divine beast in the field also heard these words. At this moment, it had already returned to its original form and transformed into a human. It looked at the pile of spirit stones and resources in surprise. There were probably millions of spirit stones, but that was secondary. The key was the 10 ancient resources. It could be said that no one wouldn't be jealous of them. I'll do it, kid. Is this part of the bet? Grandpa will play with you. The incomparably arrogant great god in the field clamored. In fact, he could already see that Yi Xian's strength had already reached the High Divine Emperor realm. However, he was still a 5th grade High Divine Emperor, so how could he be afraid? Yi Xian was waiting for this sentence. As long as he dared to accept the challenge, then Yi Xian would not let him go. This was the bloody 7 nights, so Yi Xian naturally didn't dare to cause trouble openly. However, since he said that it was a bet, then it was a legal killing. Yi Xian suddenly jumped into the arena. The god-slaughtering sword had already been unsheathed. He didn't even give the divine beast a chance to speak before directly killing it. God-slaying slash. One sword, just one sword, but it had already split the divine beast in half. Even if he split it in half, Yi Xian still wasn't satisfied. With a casual wave of his hand, the divine beast's corpse was shattered into millions of pieces. Raising his hand and pointing, Yi Xian directly asked the divine beasts in the pavilion, who's next? Although Yi Xian had killed a divine beast, it wouldn't scare the other divine beasts. After all, in the demon god's domain, killing was more common than in the Kunlun divine domain. At this moment, Yi Xian had taken out so many resources. How could those divine beasts be willing to leave? Let me do it. Suddenly, a divine beast landed in the arena. As soon as it landed, it immediately transformed into its original form. It was a strange large bird. The instant this fellow landed on the ground, he immediately flapped his wings and a violent force swept towards Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't moved at all. Below the Divine Emperor stage, even if it was a peak 9th grade Divine Emperor, Yi Xian wouldn't be powerless to fight. One by one, Yi Xian would kill as many as he came. Weren't these people coveting his treasures? Then, let's see if they had the strength to do so. This was a gamble to begin with. From the beginning, Yi Xian had already said that he was gambling with his life. Thus, if one wanted to covet Yi Xian's treasures, they would have to plan on losing their lives. Moreover, this was a level 1 area. To be able to have a few Divine Emperor stage cultivators was already considered strong. Naturally, it was impossible for enemies of a higher realm to appear. 1. 2. 3. Yi Xian's pile of spirit stones and resources caused the many divine beasts to jump off the stage as if they didn't care about their lives. In their hearts, Yi Xian's resources were worth risking their lives for. And the battles that Yi Xian had experienced made them feel that the opportunity was right in front of them. Every time Yi Xian killed a divine beast, he would take away its corpse. This way, there would only be some blood stains in the arena. This way, it wouldn't give the divine beasts too much pressure, so these divine beasts were still constantly sending themselves to their deaths. At this moment, the one who was most worried was the banker. At this moment, the banker was already sweating profusely. After all, he was the one who agreed to this bet. At the beginning, when he saw that Yi Xian was only at the first level of the Divine Emperor stage, he thought that he would have the chance to take away those resources. He even arranged for 2 of his capable subordinates to go over and challenge him. However, when Yi Xian erupted with a powerful combat strength, he regretted it. It could be said that the banker's greatest wish was for Yi Xian to stop killing. Although the gambling battle was voluntary, if too many people died in his gambling platform, then he wouldn't be able to continue doing business in the future. Moreover, every gambling platform had a death quota. If it exceeded this quota, then the white fierce giant would interfere. Their way of asking would not be gentle. It would be good enough if they could keep their lives. At this moment, the banker couldn't hold it in any longer as he watched Yi Xian slaughter his way through the arena. He directly knelt in front of Yi Xian. "Senior, I beg of you, please don't kill me. This lowly one is willing to compensate you for your losses. As long as you ask, this lowly one will do his best to satisfy you." Chapter 2872. 2460. Incomparably oppressive. Hearing the banker's begging voice, Yi Xian's anger wasn't that great after this round of slaughter, so he directly said to the banker, "You want me to stop the bet? Sure. I'll give you a chance, hand over all the human slaves in your hands to me. Otherwise, today, I will kill every single one of them I see." What an arrogant and domineering tone. If it was another place, or another person, they would definitely be treated as a fool if they dared to clamor so arrogantly. However, no one doubted Yi Xian's words here. Because Yi Xian had the strength. Yi Xian had already used the lives of nearly 100 divine beasts to prove his strength. It could be said that the banker, or even everyone here, had the strength to go against him. The banker's expression changed drastically. In reality, he had kept a few human slaves in captivity, and there were millions of them. However, these human slaves were his money tree. Without the human slaves, how could he attract customers? "Senior, how about I give you the spirit stones? I'm willing to give you 10 million spirit stones as a reward for your hard work." 10 million? Yi Xian glanced at him disdainfully. The banker thought that Yi Xian thought it was too little, so he immediately increased the price. 20 million, 20 million. "Senior, I'll give you 20 million. How about you stop the bet? I will say it one more time. Call out all of your human slaves. Otherwise, don't interfere in my fight." Unfortunately, he didn't dare to do so. After all, the white ferocious giant's simple mind wouldn't care that much. In their eyes, since they saw Yi Xian fight in the banker's territory, then they would only cause trouble for the banker. The white ferocious giant was simple-minded to begin with. Combined with the strict style of the great ant race, the rules were unbreakable in the 7 bloody nights. The banker wanted nothing more than to slap himself in the face. Why did he have to be greedy back then? If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have provoked a god of death like Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it was useless to say anything now. He could only choose to accept or not. The consequence of not accepting was to face the questioning of the white ferocious giant clan. Compared to this, losing some human slaves was not unacceptable. "All right, I accept your conditions. All of the human slaves will be given to you." The banker gnashed his teeth as he spoke. He'd long since hated Yi Xian in his heart. Yi Xian didn't care so much. He directly opened the devouring space and sucked the million humans into it. Now that there were 12 divine trees of laws in the devouring space, the power of the laws was constantly perfected, causing the devouring space to constantly expand. Therefore, there wasn't the slightest bit of pressure to accommodate a mere million people. After doing all of this, Yi Xian left. Yi Xian was very clear that if he did this, he would definitely be hated by the banker, and the banker would definitely find someone to take care of him. However, Yi Xian had no choice but to do this. This was the life of a million of his own race. How could Yi Xian sit back and do nothing? Of course, even if these people wanted to take revenge on Yi Xian, they'd have to at least wait until Yi Xian left the bloody 7 nights. He dared to make a move in the Bloody Seven Nights unless he was prepared to declare war on the White Fierce Giant clan and the Great Ant clan. Originally, Yi Xian thought that since he'd saved 1,000,000 people, there probably wouldn't be many humans suffering in the Bloody Seven Nights. Unfortunately, Yi Xian miscalculated. Not long after he left, he encountered a similar gambling platform. And here, it was even more bloody and cruel. The 9 nether flames were a type of divine flame that would never be extinguished. Moreover, the temperature of this divine flame was extremely low. Wherever it shone, it would immediately turn that place into a land of ice. And this gambling platform, it was unknown where he got his hands on the 1-star 9 nether earth fire. This fellow used the 9 nether earth fire as a guide, and then used an ordinary profound flame to wrap it up, hanging it high above a pavilion. Every once in a while, 100 humans would be pushed in, and the surrounding people would be able to place bets on how long those people would be able to survive, as well as who would be the last person to be frozen to death. Because the power of the profound fire could raise the temperature of the 9 nether earth fire by a little, the surrounding people could clearly see how those 100 people were frozen to death. There were many heating items in the arena, but there were many traps set up. If one wanted to survive, they would have to work together to obtain heating items. However, the heating items were limited, and some people were destined to die without a doubt. For those who survived, there would be all sorts of tests waiting for them. In order to survive, those who were pushed into it would kill each other and step on the corpses of their companions just to live a little longer. Such a cruel scene, but these people watched it with relish. Yi Xian was enraged. Although Yi Xian couldn't directly kill everyone due to the special nature of this place, he could still use the rules here. Ancient resources were extremely rare and special resources in the god realm. Even if it was just one, it would be enough to cause a bloody storm. Yi Xian cleverly made use of the greed of these divine beasts. He still set up the arena and gambled his life on it, killing these divine beasts one by one. Yi Xian wouldn't despise these divine beasts for being too low in cultivation. They couldn't even contribute to him in the slightest. As long as it was a divine beast here, as long as they dared to step onto the gambling arena, Yi Xian would kill them all. One after another, Yi Xian would visit anyone who dared to use the human race as a place to amuse themselves. In just 3 short months, the number of divine beasts that died at Yi Xian's hands was probably no less than 10,000. The number of humans that Yi Xian had rescued had already reached tens of millions. The name of the madman began to spread in the first level of the Bloody Seven Nights region. Many people knew that there was a guy who specialized in gambling his life. That guy held a huge sword in his hand, and from time to time, he would use a divine bow. In every battle, he would never leave a single survivor. That person took the initiative to find a challenge. Every time he challenged, he would use ancient resources as a bet. If he won, he would be able to obtain the 10 ancient resources. If he lost, he would leave his life behind. Actually, from the moment he walked out of the Monkey Clan's ancestral land, Yi Xian already knew in his heart that there was a reason why the human race was in such a situation in the demon god's domain. Perhaps if he wanted to completely resolve this matter, he had to find the root of it. Right now, Yi Xian was killing in all directions. This was an extremely unwise choice. Even with the help of the system to hide his identity, it was inevitable that one day he would be exposed as a human. At that time, it would be difficult for him to move an inch. It wasn't that Yi Xian didn't know this, but he couldn't just watch his fellow clansmen suffer and ignore them. Even if he knew that doing this would only provoke an even more powerful enemy, Yi Xian still had to do it. After all, if he didn't do this, then Yi Xian's conscience wouldn't be able to pass. Once a shadow was left in his heart, then what awaited Yi Xian might be the eruption of his inner demons. Chapter 2873. Rush out. Of course, Yi Xian wasn't wrong. However, his actions had still violated the interests of some people. Coupled with the wanted order, it could be said that Yi Xian never imagined that all the dangers would erupt at the same time. In the beginning, it was those villains who saw the appearance of the god-slaughtering sword that found Yi Xian in the restaurant. They prepared to kill Yi Xian in one fell swoop and seize the god-slaughtering sword. However, before they could make a move, they were taken care of by another group of people. However, this group of people didn't come to help Yi Xian. It was because they wanted to retrieve what they'd lost from Yi Xian's hands. These people were none other than the casino dealers that Yi Xian's challenge had destroyed. Don't underestimate these bankers. Since they opened a casino here, then they naturally belonged to their own forces. It was just that they didn't know Yi Xian's background in the beginning, so they didn't make a move. That was until a wanted order was sent to Bloody Seven Knights. This was a wanted order jointly issued by several super experts. Naturally, these experts represented several powerful forces. The content of this wanted order was extremely simple. There was only Yi Xian's portrait and the description of the mission. This time, the various powers had put in a lot of effort. The rewards that they offered were something that ordinary people would find hard to refuse. Just the spirit stones alone were 1 billion. 1 billion spirit stones. This was a crazy number. Not to mention that other than these 1 billion spirit stones, there were also countless treasures. Just the number of spots to rent land and bless was 10 times. A bounty that made countless people go crazy. A bounty that no one would be able to refuse. Fortunately, those experts had publicly issued the wanted order this time, so Yi Xian received the news at the first possible moment. Yi Xian silently stood on top of a pavilion. 2 god-slaughtering swords were already revolving around him, and the rule god bow was in his hand. The divine wood sword attendant and the flower god sword attendant also silently guarded Yi Xian's side. In front of them, there were countless divine beasts. These divine beasts immediately rushed to Yi Xian's location after receiving the wanted order and surrounded him. They might not be strong, and there were only a few high-level divine emperors. However, Yi Xian was very clear that these people only needed to trap him for half a cup of tea. Then, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to leave this place today. Kill! Yi Xian suddenly let out a loud roar as he charged towards the tens of thousands of enemies. The carnage only lasted for a moment before the entire sky was covered in blood. At this moment, Yi Xian no longer held back. As long as he was trapped here, Yi Xian would definitely die. Thus, how could Yi Xian dare to hide his strength? Activate Dharma Idol, Thousand Hands Prodigy. Another new Dharma Idol was activated. The Dharma Idol was extremely difficult to obtain, and the cooldown time was extremely long. It could be said that the Dharma Idol was Yi Xian's final trump card. However, at this point, how could Yi Xian still hesitate? The Thousand Hands Child Prodigy Dharma Idol was said to be a boy who cultivated a special divine ability. After 1,000,000 years of constantly tempering his hands, by chance, he obtained a special divine ability, the Thousand Hands Divine Ability. The Thousand Hands Divine Ability was to use a special method to link 1,000 arms with the main body, allowing the main body to control 1,000 arms. This was not a simple method of gathering energy, but a true hand of divine power, a divine will, and a pulse of divine sense. It was said that in the entire God realm, it would be difficult to find a few people who could fuse their divine will and divine power to surpass the Thousand Hands Child Prodigy's Thousand Hands Divine Ability. The god-slaughtering sword had already rushed out. Under Wei Zhentian's control, they were the vanguard. Yi Xian advanced courageously. Anyone who dared to block his path would be killed by him one by one. A bloody path instantly formed. That was because Yi Xian charged over from here. This time, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to devour the corpses of these low-level divine beasts. He allowed the corpses of these low-level divine beasts to form a bloody path. Along the way, Yi Xian didn't encounter any decent obstructions until he arrived at the exit of the secret realm. At this moment, 7 experts were already blocking the exit. This was the strongest force that Blood 7 Knights could muster in the shortest amount of time. Yi Xian saw the wanted poster at the first possible moment, and then acted without hesitation, causing Blood 7 Knights to have no time to react. All they could do was gather all the Divine Emperor stage experts in the first level area together. 7 people with different appearances, obviously from 7 different races. Amongst them, there was a fellow who was over 3 meters tall who was the most respected. This was because he was the supervisor of the first level area. You cannot pass. White ferocious giant clan. From the tone of his voice, one could tell that this fellow was from the white ferocious giant clan. Brat, be obedient and come with us. Perhaps after you hand over the treasure, we can consider sparing your life. After all, what we want is the treasure, not your life. The thousand-eyed wolf frog clan. As expected of the most obedient lackey of the white ferocious giant clan. Just as the white ferocious giant manager finished speaking, this fellow immediately took over. Yi Xian glanced at the thousand-eyed wolf frog, but didn't look at it for even a moment longer. This fellow wasn't worth Yi Xian's attention at all. Yi Xian really didn't know where a mere lower third-grade divine emperor realm ant got the courage to challenge Yi Xian. Yi Xian's attention was focused on a white-clothed youth. This white-clothed youth held a folding fan in his hand. He seemed to be elegant and extraordinarily handsome. However, if one knew what his true form was, they probably wouldn't think so. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. What he cared about was his cultivation. According to the system's detection results, this fellow was at the peak of the 9th grade divine emperor realm. In other words, it was enough to pose a threat to Yi Xian. If Yi Xian really fought with this person, it could be said that the outcome of the battle was only 50-50. Of course, Yi Xian had a lot of supplementary methods, and even the help of the divine wood sword attendant. However, this fellow also had 6 divine emperor realm experts by his side. Therefore, this battle wouldn't be that easy to fight. However, no matter what, it wasn't easy to fight. At this moment, did Yi Xian still have a choice? Wei Zhentian, kill him. Following Yi Xian's loud roar, his might shook the heavens as he directly controlled the god-slaughtering sword to slash at 2 enemies of average strength. Yi Xian's plan was very simple. It was to kill these weaker enemies first. Divine wood swordsman, go up there. With another order, the divine wood sword attendant instantly moved and charged towards the 7 people. The divine wood sword attendant's defense was strong, so naturally, it would be pushed to the front by Yi Xian. After receiving the order, the divine wood sword attendant didn't hesitate at all and charged forward. However, Yi Xian's summoning wasn't over yet. Flower God Sword Attendant. God level mounts, come out. Chapter 2874. 2462. Absolute power. As soon as the Flower God Sword Attendant appeared, he summoned the 100 Flowers Flower God. Together with the God rank mount, he charged in all directions. This was because there were countless enemies around Yi Xian who weren't strong enough, yet wanted to fish in troubled waters. These fellows didn't seem to have much of an impact on the surface, but Yi Xian knew very well that sometimes, it was these small characters that changed the outcome of a battle. Even if the possibility was very small, as long as it existed, then Yi Xian had to eliminate it. The current God rank mount and the Flower God Sword Attendant might not be able to keep up with Yi Xian's strength before they evolved, but they were more than enough to support him from the side. After doing all of this, Yi Xian pulled out his divine bow at the same time. 7 consecutive arrows instantly shot out, each of them containing the power of the law of devouring. Moreover, Yi Xian had even used the divine will ability he'd just obtained, the divine will sword. It was also 7 attacks. It could be said that this was already the strongest attack Yi Xian could unleash, and all of this was completed in a short moment. Especially the last 2 fatal attacks. The enemy didn't even have time to react before the attacks arrived. Apart from the expert at the peak of the 9th grade divine emperor realm, the others were immediately flustered by Yi Xian's explosive attack. 4 of them were even killed by Yi Xian on the spot. The terrifying strength caused everyone in the 7 bloody knights to cry out in alarm. Perhaps just a moment ago, there were still some people who were ready to make a move and attempt to sneak attack Yi Xian. But at this moment, almost no one dared to have such a thought. Terrifying, it was simply too terrifying. This fellow was actually able to unleash such a violent attack in such a short period of time. This was simply beyond the imagination of these divine beasts. Countless divine beasts retreated. Yi Xian stood there in the crowd. He didn't speak, didn't move, and didn't attack. However, with just a single attack, Yi Xian's strength had already caused all the divine beasts here to collapse. Too strong. This person was simply too strong. He was definitely not in existence that they could resist. At this moment, the remaining 3 Divine Emperor Realm experts looked at Yi Xian in shock. Just a moment ago, they swore that taking down Yi Xian was just a small matter. After all, Yi Xian's strength was only at the upper first-grade Divine Emperor Realm. But at the next moment, everyone no longer had the same thoughts. Was this power really something that a mere upper first-grade Divine Emperor Realm expert could display? No one answered. However, no matter who it was, even if it was that upper 9th grade Divine Emperor Realm expert, they no longer dared to speak at this moment. Not. Yi Xian looked at the remaining 3 Divine Emperor Realm experts in front of him and said indifferently. His tone was incomparably cold. Now, Yi Xian gave them a chance to choose. There were 2 options, there was no third way. Brat, don't be arrogant. This is the bloody 7 nights, don't think that you can leave alive, whoosh. The god slaughtering sword that was floating in the air did not stop for a moment and directly rushed over. The person who spoke did not even have time to react and had already shattered the divine deity. In fact, after the 2 god slaughtering swords broke that person's divine deity, they did not stop and quickly cut the divine beast's corpse into thousands of pieces. Silence. Silence. There was no sound at the entrance. Wasn't this a little too domineering? One had to know that the person that Yi Xian had killed was the only supreme expert at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. Originally, the divine beasts were still hoping that the expert would be able to kill Yi Xian, but now, he was already cut into pieces by Yi Xian. Of course, those people didn't notice that most of the divine beast's body had already been devoured by Yi Xian. At this moment, it was just an act. Actually, Yi Xian's attack was premeditated. Now that he was surrounded, he could only use absolute strength to intimidate the enemy. Killing these divine beasts wasn't difficult at all for Yi Xian. However, if he did that, it would definitely cause an unnecessary waste of time. Yi Xian didn't have the time to waste right now. Therefore, in reality, this sword strike was already Yi Xian's strongest attack. Ever since he saw these 7 people, Yi Xian had been planning his strongest attack. Who else? Yi Xian closed his eyes and said indifferently. His voice was filled with indifference, but at the same time, it also contained boundless pressure. The first time he made a move, he killed 4 Divine Emperor Realm experts and blocked the attack of thousands of troops at the same time. The second time he made a move, he instantly killed a supreme expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Emperor Realm. That expert didn't even have time to cry out in alarm. Therefore, many people were puzzled. If Yi Xian were to use the third move, then what would the result be? The moment Yi Xian glanced at them, the 2 divine beast experts that were blocking the exit of the secret realm retreated to the sides without any hesitation. They didn't dare to stop him because they didn't have the strength to do so. If he went up now, he would undoubtedly be waiting for death. At this moment, there was no need to mention the surrounding people. Almost everyone hurriedly retreated, as if whoever was a little closer to Yi Xian might be killed by him. Everywhere Yi Xian's gaze passed, there was only boundless fear. These divine beasts were very clear in their hearts that even if the rewards on the bounty were extremely generous, it was not something they could easily touch. Therefore, at this moment, since they'd already witnessed Yi Xian's strength, there was no need for them to send themselves to their deaths. The path had already been opened, so Yi Xian naturally didn't have any intention of continuing. He immediately walked out of the secret realm and casually threw out the eternal night domain. In an instant, once anyone entered the exit of the secret realm, it would be difficult for them to see anything. Even if they used their spiritual will, they wouldn't be able to see through it. Yi Xian quickly ran forward. After all, since the bloody 7 nights had already received the news, there was no need to mention the outside. There were probably many dangers waiting for Yi Xian outside. This place was not suitable for him to stay for long. If he escaped from this place, he had to leave as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the experts of the bloody 7 nights caught up to him, he would never be able to escape. The current Yi Xian didn't have any goals at all. In his heart, the only thing left was how to escape the encirclement and how to survive in the demon god's domain. With a wanted order on his back, Yi Xian would find it difficult to move an inch. It could be said that almost the entire demon god's domain would be Yi Xian's enemy. Live to find a way to the Kunlun divine domain, and at the same time, do your best to find Luo Luo's whereabouts. Chapter 2875. Holy Sun. Yi Xian quickly advanced. This time, he walked for millions of miles. At this moment, Yi Xian stood in front of a tall mountain. This mountain was rather strange, as if it was a divine beast that had been sealed by some sort of power. Its appearance was incomparably strange. However, Yi Xian felt that it was impossible, because on this mountain, there were beautiful divine trees and endless beasts. If this mountain was a living divine beast, then it would be impossible for it to grow a divine tree, much less attract a small beast to rest in. However, just as Yi Xian was admiring the mountain peak, a voice suddenly sounded out. It was like a thunderclap. At the same time the voice rang out, a big bald head had already rushed over. So it's the kid on the wanted list. I already said that I would encounter a good thing today, and it was indeed so. Brat, come here, I heard that your head is very valuable, give me your head to exchange for some wine money. What a domineering tone. The most important thing was that when this guy said these words, he acted as if it was a matter of course. It was already Yi Xian's honor to be able to exchange his head for divine wine. Drunkard, slow down. Suddenly, two more figures chased after him. However, from their tone, it was obvious that their status was much lower than this drunkard's. However, the difference in strength wasn't that great. System, detect this person's strength and check their race at the same time. Ding, system prompt, this detection will consume 100,000 people's faith points. Does the host confirm? Confirm. Ding, system prompt, designated target, high 4th grade divine emperor, with the title of king level crown. Race, sky dragon drunken shrimp race. Host, please note, the designated target is the holy son of the sky dragon drunken shrimp race. A holy son? Yi Xian abruptly raised his head, but his heart was filled with joy. This was simply a case of breaking iron shoes and finding nothing without any effort at all. Back then, Yi Xian had planned to kill these holy sons everywhere in order to find out Luo Luo's whereabouts. However, before he could take action, it had already become like this. He didn't expect that he would meet a holy son the moment he arrived here. Hey, brat, what are you looking at? The holy son is talking to you, why aren't you replying? Beside the holy son, a skinny follower widened his eyes. This Yi Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. However, this fellow's gaze was constantly trying to pry into the universe ring on Yi Xian's finger. Yi Xian didn't have anything. In the hearts of these three, Yi Xian was just an insignificant beauty. However, the universe ring in Yi Xian's hand contained a treasure that even the heavenly dragon drunken shrimp clan's patriarch wanted to obtain. Therefore, this fellow's gaze naturally stopped on Yi Xian's universe ring. As for the other follower, when he saw Yi Xian, he was slightly stunned before he took out his magic treasure. It was obvious that he also knew who Yi Xian was and was prepared to make a move. Yi Xian swept his gaze over the three of them. The three of them did have some strength, but the most important thing was that there was a holy son among them. He must have grasped quite a few special abilities or magic treasures. However, even so, Yi Xian didn't care at all. With a casual wave of his hand, the two god-slaughtering swords flew out. Since he knew that negotiation wasn't the way to solve the problem, then why would Yi Xian waste time negotiating? It would be better to just directly kill him. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. The two god-slaughtering swords attacked from two different places. With a sudden attack and the power of the god-slaughtering swords, the two followers were sent flying. However, it was impossible to kill them so easily. The two of them were only forced back a few steps before they were locked in battle with the god-slaughtering sword. Brat, you actually dare to attack me? It looks like you're tired of living. The Holy Sun didn't expect Yi Xian to attack first. At this moment, his expression was rather angry. However, he didn't want to think about it. When did he ever give Yi Xian a way to live? The moment he appeared, he directly asked Yi Xian to hand over his head. Wasn't this the same as asking Yi Xian to commit suicide? This Holy Sun had probably been pampered for too long, to the point that he had forgotten what fear was. It was so long that he couldn't tell what was good and what was bad. Yi Xian didn't care about this kind of person at all. Don't try to reason with them. This kind of person who was spoiled to the point that he couldn't tell good from bad had different thoughts from others. Therefore, the best way to communicate with them was to use strength to speak. The divine bow of law was held in Yi Xian's hand, but Yi Xian first launched a spiritual will attack. A sort of spiritual will suddenly appeared and directly charged towards the Holy Sun's sea of consciousness. The sudden spiritual will attack caused the Holy Sun to panic. However, it was just as Yi Xian had thought. This fellow's divine beast possessed an extremely large number of magic treasures. A piece of divine wood pendant suddenly burst out with a bright light, actually blocking the spiritual will attack for the Holy Sun. With a pop sound, the divine wood pendant shattered. The Holy Sun looked at the divine wood pendant on his chest in astonishment. A moment later, his face revealed an incomparably furious expression. Brat, you actually dared to destroy my pendant. I will kill you, kill you. Die. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. An incomparably violent force was instantly unleashed. The violent force directly broke through several mountains, leaving behind a huge ravine behind Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian, he could clearly see this fellow's attack method. He had actually managed to perfectly fuse the power of the Dharma idol with his own body. One had to know that in the instant this fellow attacked, Yi Xian clearly saw a huge lobster Dharma idol. This Holy Sun is the Holy Sun of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. As for me, my Dharma idol looks like a big lobster, so it's not enough. Yi Xian didn't find this strange. What Yi Xian found strange was that when he attacked, he was only restricted by a wave of his hand. The Dharma idol actually followed his movements and attacked at the same time. A high degree of fusion between the Dharma idol and the main body. Without a doubt, this was a good thing. The power of the Dharma idol was extremely powerful, especially the power of some special Dharma idols. Ordinary people would at most borrow the power of the Dharma idol and use the special abilities of the Dharma idol as an attack method. For example, the few times Yi Xian used the Dharma idol of the 10,000 sovereigns bloodline as a buff, he was actually borrowing the abilities contained within the Dharma idol. However, the use of the Dharma idol was not limited to borrowing power. The Dharma idol could also fuse with the main body. Once it was successful, not to mention a 100% fusion rate, even if it was 70% fusion rate, the combat strength that could be unleashed would be extremely terrifying. It could be said that even the title of the Venerable Level First Crown was nothing in front of the fusion. However, it was not that simple to fuse with the Dharma idol. It was already very difficult to find a suitable Dharma idol, and one had to have a suitable compatibility with the Dharma idol in order to fuse with it. All of this had already determined that fusing with the Dharma idol was not something an ordinary person could do. Only the core disciples of those great powers. Chapter 2876. The new use of the divine gravity arrow. However, Yi Xian didn't expect that he would meet such a Dharma fusion user. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up. He had already made up his mind. The Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp's Dharma idol wasn't too powerful. Moreover, even if it was given to Yi Xian, he would only store it as one of the Dharma idols collected by the 10,000 venerables. However, if he were to subdue this Holy Sun as well, the effect would be great. Yi Xian was confident that he could fuse this guy's Dharma idol to the extreme. At that time, he would have another fighter. Puppet technique. This was the plan that Yi Xian had prepared. Of course, although this idea was good, it would be very difficult to realize. However, Yi Xian still had a backup plan. At most, he would beat this guy half to death, then throw him into the devouring space and slowly train him. Yi Xian lowered his head and pondered over his own matters. The Holy Sun didn't know about Yi Xian's schemes at all. At this moment, the furious Holy Sun had already pounced towards Yi Xian. "Brat, you dare to destroy my pendant? I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." With a punch, a huge lobster pincer appeared in the sky. She looked like she was carved out of jade. She looked so exquisite, but she was also so violent. Yi Xian immediately activated his infinite teleportation and dodged in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 100-meter deep crater was created where Yi Xian originally stood. After missing a single move, the Holy Sun's voice changed and he quickly charged towards Yi Xian. He continuously waved his hands, causing the entire area to turn into a terrifying purgatory. However, such a seemingly crazy attack wasn't able to injure Yi Xian in the slightest. Yi Xian really wanted to ask this guy, was he really stupid? He only knew how to fight in close combat. Could it be that he didn't have any divine abilities? And his law attack? His domain? Was this guy so stupid that he didn't even know how to use these? However, just because he didn't use it didn't mean that Yi Xian wouldn't use it. Absolute Zero. Yi Xian directly activated his special ability, preparing to trap this guy on the spot. However, a strange scene happened. The power of Absolute Zero was actually broken by this guy's punch. Using a fist to break a divine ability. If it was in the past, Yi Xian wouldn't even dare to think about it. How powerful was the power of a divine ability? How could someone use a fist to break a divine ability? Unfortunately, someone had done it now. Yi Xian could clearly see that when the power of Absolute Zero pounced towards the Holy Sun also punched out. Then, the Holy Sun's fist paused for a moment, and he felt a mysterious power dissipate. Without a doubt, that was the manifestation of Absolute Zero being broken. Someone actually used a fist to break a divine ability. Yi Xian didn't believe it. With a thought, he launched another attack. Eternal Night Domain. This time, Yi Xian used the power of a domain. He wanted to see if this guy could break through a domain. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. With a loud sound, Yi Xian slightly opened his mouth because he was too shocked. This Holy Sun had really done it. He actually used his fist to break through the domain. This guy is strange. Yi Xian silently thought in his heart. This Holy Sun could use his fists to break through divine abilities, and he could also use his fists to break through domains. If it was in the past, Yi Xian would have never heard of such a strange situation. At this moment, in Yi Xian's heart, the idea of taking down the Holy Sun was even more important. Subdue him, and then investigate that strange ability of his. This wasn't just the effect of the fusion of the Dharma idol. Yi Xian didn't even need to ask the system to know about this. Therefore, there was a huge secret hidden within the Holy Sun's body. If Yi Xian obtained it, then his strength would definitely increase greatly. Yi Xian abruptly pulled on the law divine art. Don't you like to break divine abilities? Then, Yi Xian wanted to see if this guy would be tired or not. Gravity Law Blessing. This time, Yi Xian had completely used the Gravity Law Divine Sword. The power of this law didn't have much of an effect, unless one could cultivate to the extreme and borrow an infinitely large amount of gravity to play a certain role. Otherwise, the power of the law of gravity wouldn't be enough to injure anyone. However, today was different from the past. At this moment, the power of the law of gravity was undoubtedly the most suitable power. Simply put, Yi Xian was borrowing the law of gravity's divine arrow to create the illusion of a fist attack. If it was a normal day, to put it bluntly, he would be hoping that the divine arrow would be able to smash two unlucky bastards to death. But at this moment, because of the enormous gravity, it became a good method to fight against the Holy Sun's fist. The three arrows were like three huge fists smashing towards the Holy Sun. In the end, just like what Yi Xian had shot, the Holy Sun swung his fist and smashed it into the gravity law divine arrow without hesitation. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. A violent power instantly exploded. The Holy Sun had never imagined that this attack would be like this. With a loud bang, the holy sun was forced back several steps by the violent power. It's effective. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curved up. At the same time, the rule god bow in his hand was drawn once more. This time, it was a continuous series of 7 arrows. The 7 gravitational laws suddenly smashed towards the holy sun. However, what Yi Xian didn't want to do was that the holy sun was like a fool. He didn't dodge at all and actually used his fist to clash with the rule god's arrow. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. This guy probably had many powerful methods. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to use them. His clan was probably a very large clan, and as the holy son of his clan, he had probably never fought with anyone since he was young. Even if he did fight a few times, he would only bully the weak. He might have fought against opponents of the same level before, but with his status as a saint, who would dare to go against him? Even if he fought against them, he would still be able to do as he wished. Yi Xian curled his lips in disdain. To Yi Xian, this kind of guy wasn't even the slightest bit of threat. Yi Xian opened his bow left and right. While attacking the holy sun, he was still able to find time to attack his 2 followers. His followers weren't weak, and there weren't any flaws in their abilities. Unfortunately, they met Yi Xian. 2 god-slaughtering swords weren't enough. Yi Xian could even send out the divine wood sword attendant. In just a short moment, Yi Xian had already taken care of the 2 followers. Afterwards, he began to ravage the holy sun with great interest. Toward such a person, as long as he was beaten into submission, then he definitely wouldn't dare to resist. This was because it wasn't like Yi Xian hadn't met such a person in the past. Gravity arrow? Yi Xian had only used the most ordinary gravity arrow to suppress the holy son of the heavenly dragon drunken shrimp clan into submission. This guy was so stupid that he was cute. Chapter 2877. 2465 Taking in a holy sun as a little brother. After being sent flying by the gravity god arrow time and time again, the holy sun finally couldn't hold on any longer. One had to know that Yi Xian's grasp of strength was extremely good. He wanted to make this fellow feel pain, but he also wouldn't really take this fellow's life. The continuous attacks had already caused the holy sun's face to be bruised and swollen, and his body to be riddled with wounds. But in reality, these were only superficial wounds. Yi Xian didn't even attack him heavily, causing him to suffer internal injuries. Hearing the holy sun beg for mercy, Yi Xian didn't stop attacking. Instead, he once again released the law of gravity arrow and lightly said, "You want me to let you go? On what basis? My father is a subordinate of the Divine Lord, one of the 8 great divine generals, the heavenly dragon divine general. As long as you let me go, no matter what you want, I can give it to you." Heavenly dragon divine general. One of the 8 great divine generals. Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that the holy sun he'd accidentally bumped into would actually be the son of one of the 8 great divine generals. No wonder this fellow was so arrogant and despotic, and was able to obtain so many treasures. The identity of the 8 great divine generals was already at the top of the pyramid in the demon god's divine domain. Other than the divine master of the demon god's divine domain, these 8 great divine generals were probably the most noble. They were even larger than the territory that Yi Xian managed in Kunlun. In that case, possessing some special resources wasn't too strange. Alright, I can spare your life. Hand over your divine deity fragment and become my little brother. Then I'll spare you. Handing over the divine deity fragment was actually equivalent to becoming a slave. However, Yi Xian knew that if he said that, then this fellow would rather die than obey. But in other words, it would be easier for this fellow to accept it as a lackey. After all, a person like him probably had quite a few lackeys before. Sure enough, the holy sun frowned slightly when he heard Yi Xian's words, but he didn't immediately refuse. No, my father is a heavenly dragon divine general. I won't be someone else's lackey. Is that so there's nothing to talk about? A smile hung on Yi Xian's mouth. He pulled the law divine art once again, and 7 gravity law divine arrows shot towards that fellow without the slightest hesitation. Yi Xian didn't have a complete grasp of this fellow's thoughts, but he had a rough idea. You want to save face? Unfortunately, Yi Xian acted as if he wanted his life. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. One after another, the gravity law divine arrows continuously sent this fellow flying. Stop, stop, I'll promise you. This guy finally gave in and handed over his quintessence shard without hesitation. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and put away his divine deity fragment. From this moment onwards, the fate of this holy son was completely in Yi Xian's hands. Of course, if he wanted to truly display his combat strength, he would need to be properly trained. However, with the protection of the son of the heavenly dragon divine general, Yi Xian would definitely be much safer in the demon god's domain. Moreover, he might even be able to obtain more benefits. In order to prevent the battle from attracting new enemies, Yi Xian quickly left with the holy son. Tell me, what's your name? My name is Sky Tiger. Boss, what's your name? The heavenly dragon holy son didn't seem to have completely adapted to his new identity. Fortunately, Yi Xian was in a good mood, so he didn't bother with him. My name is Yi Xian. After casually replying, Yi Xian said to Sky Tiger, let's go. Take me to a place to stay. I need a good rest. Tianhu nodded his head and walked forward. There was actually a reason why Yi Xian didn't teach this guy a lesson. At this moment, Yi Xian was still in the demon god's domain. This Sky Tiger would undoubtedly be able to provide protection for Yi Xian. Of course, the prerequisite was that he wouldn't arouse the suspicions of others. Therefore, only by allowing this fellow to maintain his original appearance would he be able to convince the people of the demon god's domain. Yi Xian casually exchanged for a mask from the system store. Once this mask was worn, it could conceal Yi Xian's appearance and cultivation. Of course, as long as one's cultivation was higher than Yi Xian's, they would be able to see through it. However, Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. At this moment, he was walking together with the Sky Tiger. In the demon god's domain, very few people would dare to use their spiritual will to investigate him. After all, using your spiritual will to investigate others could easily cause the other party to misunderstand. When the time comes, you deserve to be killed. For Yi Xian to be able to obtain such respect from the Sky Tiger, it would naturally cause others to mistakenly think that Yi Xian's identity was special, or even a super expert. As long as he had this worry, Yi Xian believed that no one would dare to easily investigate his identity. Under the lead of the Sky Tiger, the two of them quickly arrived at a city. It turned out that the Sky Tiger had come here to buy wine from the beginning. In this city, there lived a branch of the monkey clan. The divine wine that those fellows brewed was quite delicious, and the Sky Tiger had always liked it very much. Scram, scram, don't block this young master's path. The Sky Tiger arrogantly walked in front. It could be said that wherever he went, it was a mess. This fellow was unreasonable. Not to mention someone blocking his way, even if they weren't blocking his way, he would still run over to cause trouble. However, it was obvious that this was not the first time the people in this city had met the Sky Tiger, so no one came out to stop him. Instead, they all respectfully welcomed the Sky Tiger into the city. Welcome, eldest young master. An old man quickly arrived beside the Sky Tiger. He first glanced at Yi Xian, but as expected, he didn't dare to use his spiritual will to investigate Yi Xian. Instead, he respectfully stood beside the Sky Tiger. Wine, it's my wine. I've sent someone over to say that I'm going to get my wine today. Don't worry, eldest young master, I have already prepared all your wine. Huh, good job. I'll reward you heavily later. When the Sky Tiger heard that the wine was ready, it excitedly prepared to run out. However, it had only taken 2 steps when it thought of Yi Xian. Along the way, although Yi Xian didn't teach the Sky Tiger much, he still punished it a few times. The pain that came from the depths of its soul and divine deity was still fresh in the memory of the Sky Tiger. Now that it suddenly thought of Yi Xian, it realized that it was too complacent. If Yi Xian wasn't happy, then it would suffer again. Thus, at this moment, the Sky Tiger obediently ran in front of Yi Xian. "Big brother, please go first." Along with these words, it could be said that countless people, regardless of whether they were in the open or in the dark, were completely shocked in an instant. What kind of identity did the person who dared to make the heavenly dragon Saint's son call him big brother? For a moment, those who were originally prepared to use their spiritual will to probe Yi Xian were secretly glad that they didn't use it. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. However, even more people silently memorized Yi Xian's appearance. They secretly decided that they absolutely couldn't offend Yi Xian. After all, the heavenly dragon Saint's son was already someone they had no way of fighting against, let alone the big brother of the heavenly dragon Saint's son. Even if they had 100 more guts, they wouldn't dare to be impudent in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't hold back. At this moment, he wanted to use the heavenly dragon Saint's son to boost his reputation. Although this would put Yi Xian at the center of everyone's discussion, it would still be enough to ensure his safety. Chapter 2878. Give him a slap in the face. Jade Universe Fine Wine. It could be considered one of the more famous divine wines in the demon god's divine realm, and the quality of the Jade Universe Fine Wine was divided into 5 grades. Ordinary people could only buy 3rd grade Universe Jade wine, but even so, it was incomparably expensive and very difficult to obtain. Even with Sky Tiger's status, he could only reserve a bottle of inferior Jade Universe Fine Wine in advance. Of course, the next grade was also a divine wine that was difficult for ordinary people to obtain. Sky Tiger brought Yi Xian forward. Not long after, they arrived at a pavilion. This pavilion's design was quite unique. It was a wine gourd. This was the branch of the Jade Universe Fine Wine. The cosmic jade nectar was not an ordinary divine wine. Not every city would have a branch. Just take this branch for example. It could be considered the only one in the 10,000 realms. Otherwise, Sky Tiger wouldn't have come personally. Although Sky Tiger was arrogant and despotic, he didn't dare to lose his temper here. Even if this city was actually the property of the heavenly dragon divine general, and he, Sky Tiger, was the young master here. However, once they entered the pavilion, Sky Tiger became well behaved. The person leading the way for Sky Tiger didn't dare to enter the pavilion. It was obvious that the pavilion was independent of the city. Isn't this our holy son, Sky Tiger? I didn't expect to meet you here. The moment Yi Xian and Sky Tiger walked into the pavilion, they heard a voice. Yi Xian raised his head and saw a young man looking at Sky Tiger with a playful expression. Sky Tiger frowned. Not only did he know this person, he was also quite unfriendly. Sky Tiger didn't want to pay attention to that person, so he walked inside. However, just because Sky Tiger ignored him didn't mean that he wouldn't cause trouble for Sky Tiger. At this moment, that person actually blocked Sky Tiger and Yi Xian's path and indifferently said, "Lord Holy Son, why aren't you giving me face? Could it be that you're afraid of me?" Ha ha ha. Lord Holy Son, you actually came here alone today. You're really getting bolder and bolder. A group of people walked out from the pavilion. It was obvious that these people weren't very friendly towards Sky Tiger. Yi Xian didn't understand. No matter what, Sky Tiger was still the son of the heavenly dragon divine general. As the holy son, he'd always been arrogant and domineering. What do you want to do? At this moment, it couldn't be said that Sky Tiger was afraid. After all, with his identity, these people definitely wouldn't dare to hurt him. However, they could still humiliate him. As for the reason, it was very simple. These people were actually the holy sons of the various races. In the demon god divine realm, the status of the holy son was extremely noble. Although there would be some differences due to race, overall, the difference wasn't too great. This was because all the holy sons had registered with the divine master of the demon god divine realm. Therefore, no matter how much conflict there was, no one would dare to kill them. Of course, it was normal for a few people to die in the competition between the holy sons. It could be said that if it wasn't for his identity as the son of the heavenly dragon divine general, Sky Tiger's life would definitely be even more difficult than it was now. As for the reason, it wasn't hard to guess. Sky Tiger had always been arrogant and domineering, so he naturally wouldn't take anyone seriously. Even if the other party was also a holy son, Sky Tiger wouldn't let them off. After offending too many people, Sky Tiger was also isolated. What followed was a reversal of the situation, and Sky Tiger could only hide from these holy sons. One had to know that no servants were allowed to interfere in the battle between the holy sons. Once they did, regardless of the reason, they would definitely be killed. Therefore, the battle between the holy sons could only rely on their own strength. Sky Tiger was only in the illusory cultivation realm and didn't have any real strength. Once they started fighting, the result was obvious. After experiencing it twice, Sky Tiger also learned to be obedient. This time, Sky Tiger came to collect the wine, but he never expected these guys to appear here. After all, they weren't people who liked wine. However, they just had to come. Perhaps, these people originally intended to cause trouble for Sky Tiger. Huh, Lord Holy Son, why aren't you speaking? I'm waiting for your instructions. A person stood out and said to Sky Tiger with an apologetic look on his face. Then, another person walked out and said, yeah, why is our Lord Holy Son so obedient today? Don't tell me he's drunk again. Drunk like mud, the Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn clan is addicted to alcohol, and they can get drunk at any time. It seems like we really came at the wrong time today. Our Lord Holy Son is drunk again. Drunk? There were a few times when Sky Tiger relied on pretending to be drunk to avoid these guys. Speaking of which, Sky Tiger was mighty, but in reality, Sky Tiger also had its moments of suffering. At this moment, Sky Tiger looked at these fellows in silence. He didn't even dare to say a single word because he knew very well that once he answered, what awaited him would be the revenge of this group of people. Yi Xian silently watched all of this, but couldn't help but shake his head. Yi Xian didn't need a cowardly follower, so at this moment, it was impossible for Yi Xian to say that he would let this guy continue being so wretched. Sky Tiger, who are they? Yi Xian said indifferently. Hearing Yi Xian's words, everyone, including Sky Tiger, focused their gazes on Yi Xian. Even the surrounding onlookers were inexplicably astonished. These were all holy sons, and none of them were people they could easily offend. But now, he didn't expect that an outsider would actually dare to interfere. This was simply courting death. Brat, who are you? We're talking about something. What are you blabbering about? Scram to the side. We're happy today, so we can't be bothered to argue with you. A guy glanced at Yi Xian in disdain. Whether it was his gaze or tone, they were both filled with disdain. Yi Xian turned his head and smiled as he looked at that guy. However, he said indifferently, Sky Tiger, slap your mouth. Sky Tiger's body clearly trembled. Yi Xian told him to make a move against these people, so Sky Tiger didn't dare to make a move. However, Sky Tiger didn't dare to disobey Yi Xian's orders. During this period of time, Sky Tiger knew Yi Xian's temper. If he didn't do it, then he would definitely be taken care of. Therefore, Sky Tiger hesitantly turned around and looked at Yi Xian as he carefully asked, Boss, really want to slap your mouth? Perhaps it was because of fear, but Sky Tiger's voice was actually trembling. Do you want me to say it a second time? Yi Xian's gaze turned cold. Sky Tiger was so scared that cold sweat almost broke out. One had to know that the pain that came from the depths of his soul was not something an ordinary person could endure. Pah! An incomparably resounding slap to the face. Not to mention the surrounding people, even the other group of holy sons were completely dumbfounded. Sky Tiger actually dared to hit them. Moreover, it was only because of a single sentence from this person. Chapter 2879. 2467 Casually giving away ancient resources, the holy sons were overwhelmed with shock. One had to know that the reason they dared to provoke the heavenly tiger was because of the restrictions of the holy sons' nurturing rules, and also because the heavenly tiger was weak in front of them. Now, because of this mysterious person's words, the heavenly tiger was so afraid that it didn't even fear their group of people. Then, who was this mysterious person? You, who are you? Do you know who we are? Another holy son pointed at Yi Xian and asked loudly. However, anyone could tell that his tone was lacking in confidence. Yi Xian turned around and casually waved his hand at that person. This time, Yi Xian didn't say anything, but Sky Tiger understood what Yi Xian meant. Pa! Another resounding slap. After these two slaps, Sky Tiger was even a little excited in his heart. These fellows had caused trouble for him more than once or twice, and every time, Sky Tiger would suffer a loss and escape. But this time, Sky Tiger actually gave them 2 slaps in the face. 2 slaps in the face had already made Sky Tiger walk out of the shadow from before. Subconsciously, Sky Tiger had always felt that Yi Xian was incomparably powerful. But now, with Yi Xian supporting him, it seemed that Sky Tiger's confidence had returned in just 2 slaps. Sky Tiger, are you courting death? Seeing Sky Tiger slap 2 people in a row, these people did not dare to make a move. Instead, they looked at Sky Tiger in shock and fear. After all, the identity of the son of the heavenly dragon divine general was not just for show. These people dared to bully Sky Tiger, and even kept looking for trouble with Sky Tiger. They were afraid of Sky Tiger, afraid that one day, Sky Tiger would no longer be afraid of them, then they would definitely only be bullied. Therefore, this person's words to threaten Sky Tiger was actually a form of fear. What did you say? Sky Tiger looked at that person. This time, without Yi Xian's instructions, Sky Tiger had already walked towards that person. Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Fortunately, this fellow still had some guts. At the very least, he wasn't the kind of mud that couldn't support a wall. With some training, Sky Tiger could still become a good follower. Sky Tiger walked towards that person step by step. That person never would have thought that Sky Tiger would actually walk towards him. Subconsciously, he took 3 steps back. Perhaps, if he didn't take these 3 steps back, Sky Tiger would subconsciously feel a trace of fear. However, the 3 steps this fellow took back had already allowed Sky Tiger to see through their true nature. They were just fellows who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Scram to the side. I didn't bother with you guys in the past because I gave you guys face. Today, you guys actually dare to cause trouble for me in front of my big brother. I think you guys are the ones who are tired of living. It's fine if I lose face, but if you lose face for my boss, can you afford to lose your lives? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. This Sky Tiger was quite smart. His words made it seem as if he was afraid of losing face for Yi Xian. Of course, no matter what Yi Xian thought, everyone else was extremely shocked in their hearts. Sky Tiger was actually afraid that this mysterious person would lose face, so he attacked him? If these words were to be said, no one in the entire demon god realm would believe it. But now, it had already happened. Sky Tiger's performance wasn't bad. Yi Xian knew in his heart that since he'd grasped Sky Tiger's divine deity fragment, it was equivalent to completely controlling Sky Tiger's life and death. Sky Tiger definitely wouldn't be able to resist him. In order to obtain an obedient subordinate, it was necessary to use both kindness and power. Thus, Yi Xian casually waved his hand and saw 3 treasures hovering in midair. Alright, tell these guys to scram. Take these 3 ordinary materials and go change to a bar. I'm still waiting to drink. Ordinary materials. The group of people stared blankly. Even Sky Tiger didn't immediately go to collect it. This was 3 ancient resources. The appearance of any ancient resource would probably cause a bloody storm. However, he didn't expect that the boss of Sky Tiger would casually give Sky Tiger 3 ancient resources. Who would believe this? Even Sky Tiger's father, the heavenly dragon divine general, might not be willing to do so. However, the 3 ancient resources were still hovering in midair. There was no room for doubt. What, is it not enough? Yi Xian interrupted Sky Tiger when he saw it in a daze. Only then did Sky Tiger react. He quickly said, enough, boss, this is too much. some people said in their hearts that Sky Tiger was stupid. He actually thought that giving him 3 ancient resources was too much. If he thought it was too much, then there were a lot of people here who wanted it. However, Yi Xian lightly smiled. Just keep the things I give you. There will naturally be many benefits for you in the future. Yi Xian was speaking the truth. After all, Yi Xian was preparing to nurture the Sky Tiger as his follower, so he naturally had to nurture it. In order to cultivate it, it would inevitably consume a lot of resources. Sky Tiger glanced at Yi Xian excitedly. He didn't stand on ceremony and casually put the 3 ancient resources into his universe ring. Then, he swaggered forward. At this moment, how could the group of holy sons who had come to cause trouble for Sky Tiger dare to stop him? In fact, most of them only had envy in their hearts. After all, if Sky Tiger followed a boss who could casually give out ancient resources, then one could imagine how good his future would be. There were even people who wanted to run over to Yi Xian on the spot and beg him to accept them as his lackeys. After all, compared to strength, face and whatnot weren't that important. Unfortunately, looking at Yi Xian's cold expression, everyone knew that even if they begged Yi Xian to accept them as his lackeys, they wouldn't have a chance. Because Yi Xian didn't like them at all. If Yi Xian knew what these fellows were thinking, he would definitely be extremely depressed. After all, Yi Xian wouldn't despise these holy sons. Even if all of these holy sons became Yi Xian's lackeys, Yi Xian wouldn't mind. Of course, Sky Tiger wouldn't really exchange 3 ancient resources for wine. One had to know that ancient resources were extremely rare, and the divine power and the power of laws they contained was extremely majestic. Whether it was forging, refining pills, or using it in other places, it would be very useful. For example, one of the 3 ancient resources that Yi Xian had given him was a refining material. Although it was only a small piece, if it was used sparingly, it would definitely be enough to forge 6 or 7 peerless divine weapons. If Sky Tiger was really that stupid, he probably wouldn't have the qualifications to become a holy son. After obtaining the Jade Universe fine wine that he'd ordered, Yi Xian and Sky Tiger walked out of the pavilion. He didn't even spare a glance at the group of holy sons. It wasn't until Yi Xian and Sky Tiger walked far away that those people dared to discuss and guess Yi Xian's identity. Some people said that Yi Xian was a super expert who was entrusted by the Heavenly Dragon Divine General to teach the Sky Tiger. Chapter 2880. Another primordial divine ability. Afterwards, some people guessed that Yi Xian might be a core member of a certain superpower. However, Sky Tiger was already the son of the Heavenly Dragon Divine General. Then, who could be more noble than Sky Tiger? For a moment, there were many different opinions. Some even guessed that it was the illegitimate child of the demon god's divine realm's divine master. After all, the divine master of the demon god's divine realm had never had a child, so it was not impossible for an illegitimate child to appear. Unfortunately, no matter how much everyone guessed, they could only guess. No one would answer them for the real answer. Even Sky Tiger didn't know Yi Xian's true identity. "Boss, didn't you say that you were going to stay in that city for the time being? Why are you leaving now?" On the way, Sky Tiger asked Yi Xian in confusion. This time, the word "boss" came from the bottom of his heart. "I don't like the environment there," Yi Xian replied indifferently. It was impossible for Yi Xian to tell Sky Tiger that he'd caused too much trouble in the Jade Universe fine wine. Not only did he attract attention, he also attracted prying eyes. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he left. Yi Xian would only tell Sky Tiger that he wanted to find a place with a better environment. An excuse that wasn't an excuse. Unfortunately, Sky Tiger would never doubt it. After Yi Xian heard the answer, Sky Tiger immediately started to think. A moment later, Sky Tiger said to Yi Xian, "Boss, I know a place that you might like." "Oh, tell me about it." In any case, Yi Xian didn't have a destination, so he might as well listen to Sky Tiger's arrangements. "Boss, it's like this. Our clan has a manor outside the Falling Star Valley, where divine power is abundant, and from time to time, we can sense some star power. Moreover, that place is our clan's internal cultivation ground, and very few outsiders come in. How about we go there? Falling Star Valley? Star power? Yi Xian nodded slightly. Although he didn't know where this place was, it was still the secret cultivation ground of the Heavenly Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. Alright, let's go there. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Actually, Yi Xian knew in his heart that the Sky Tiger was returning the favor. After all, Yi Xian had given the Sky Tiger 3 ancient resources. Not to mention the Sky Tiger, even the entire Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan owed Yi Xian a favor. Therefore, Sky Tiger understood that no one would stop him from bringing Yi Xian over. The two of them hurried along the way, but it didn't take them too long to arrive at the Falling Star Valley. The origin of the name Falling Star Valley was because a star had once fallen here. Falling stars were not considered rare in the God Realm continent. The key was that this star contained a trace of star power. The power of the stars was different from the power of laws. It was hard to say which was stronger and which was weaker. However, in the God Realm where 10 suns shone, it was very difficult to see the light of the stars, let alone cultivate the power of the stars. Therefore, the power of the stars could be considered rare. Of course, it wasn't that there were no people in the God Realm who cultivated the power of the stars, but most of them gave up after cultivating for a short while. Even if the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan possessed such a treasure land, there were very few clansmen who actually came to cultivate the power of the stars. Moreover, most of them came with a strange and fun attitude. Of course, even if it was such a useless secret cultivation ground, with the tyrannical nature of the Heavenly Dragon Divine General, he would definitely not allow anyone else to enter. Therefore, the Falling Star Valley was naturally deserted. At this moment, Yi Xian was brought into the Falling Star Valley by the Sky Tiger. Although he saw many pavilions and palaces, other than a small number of servants, he didn't see any cultivators. Boss, this is the place. You can choose whichever hall you want to stay in. In any case, at this time, there should only be the two of us here. At this time? What do you mean? Oh, boss, you might not know this, but in 2 months, it will be the clan's 10-year competition. Now, no one will come here to waste time. I've already greeted the servants here. Anyway, just treat this as your own home. If you need anything, just tell me. Sky Tiger casually said with a smile on his face. Sky Tiger was still very happy to be able to find a place for Yi Xian to live in. Are you going back to participate in the competition as well? Yi Xian suddenly asked Sky Tiger. When Sky Tiger heard this, he revealed an awkward expression. Boss, I'm the young patriarch, so I naturally don't need to participate in any competition. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. From Sky Tiger's tone, Yi Xian already understood that there was no need for Sky Tiger to participate in the competition. Even if he did, Sky Tiger would only be at the bottom amongst those of the same level. He was known as the Holy Son of Heaven, and he had even mastered the miraculous ability of fusing with his Dharma idol. Unfortunately, Sky Tiger only knew how to drive close combat, so anyone who knew his background would be able to easily defeat him. Yi Xian had never been stingy to his own people. Even if the Sky Tiger was a divine beast from the demon god's divine domain, since it was already his little brother, Yi Xian wouldn't mistreat it. System: search for a suitable divine ability for the Sky Tiger to cultivate, as well as prepare suitable pills and magic treasures for him. Yi Xian instructed the system. Although Yi Xian knew that he wouldn't be able to avoid bleeding a lot this time, he didn't care. Ding! System notification: found a suitable divine ability, 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant sky. Ding! System notification: host's faith points are insufficient, unable to exchange. 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant sky. From the name, this divine ability seemed to be a set of combined skills. However, since Yi Xian had already decided to equip the Sky Tiger with a divine ability, then Yi Xian would do as he said. System: I want to use resources to exchange for this divine ability. Ding! System notification: resources have been successfully exchanged, abilities have been successfully exchanged. Congratulations to host for obtaining the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky. No need, change him into a physical body. A moment later, a scroll that shone with a golden light appeared in Yi Xian's hand. This was the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky. Although the exchange this time wasn't enough to make Yi Xian bankrupt, it wasn't much different. His faith points had been emptied, and more than half of his stored resources had been consumed. It had to be known that these resources also included the resources that Yi Xian had accumulated from killing enemies during this period of time. One could imagine just how much blood and sweat Yi Xian had put into this exchange. Sky Tiger, come here. Yi Xian shouted to the Sky Tiger. Sky Tiger naturally didn't hesitate and directly walked over to Yi Xian's side. In fact, when Yi Xian took out the scroll, Sky Tiger saw it, but he didn't think too much about it. Boss, what's the matter? Sky Tiger asked Yi Xian. Chapter 2881. Cultivating the power of the stars. Sky Tiger was slightly taken aback. At the beginning, he didn't care too much about the scroll that Yi Xian gave him. After all, there were naturally many good techniques in the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. However, techniques that were preserved in scrolls were rare. In Sky Tiger's subconscious, Bing did not feel that this scroll was that precious, so he only subconsciously opened it. However, the moment he opened the scroll, he was so shocked that he was speechless. This was an ancient divine ability. This was an ancient divine ability scroll. Sky Tiger shouted loudly in his heart, but because of his shock, he did not say a single word. Sky Tiger was the young patriarch of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan, and at the same time, he was also a holy son. Ancient divine abilities were much stronger than current divine abilities, but they had a very special characteristic. That was, every divine ability could only be cultivated by a specific group of people or physiques. Therefore, the first thing that the ancient sacred art introduced was what conditions had to be met to be able to cultivate this sacred art. As for the current sacred art, as long as one was willing, then anyone could cultivate it. Of course, the race's innate divine ability was an exception. At this moment, what Yi Xian gave him wasn't some race's innate divine ability, so it was undoubtedly an ancient divine ability. Boss, this is too precious, I can't take it. Sky Tiger quickly handed the scroll in his hand over to Yi Xian. After all, an ancient divine ability was something that only existed in legends. No matter how bold Sky Tiger was, he didn't dare to accept it so easily. What I gave you is yours. Alright, just take it. In the future, if you follow me, there will be many benefits. Don't be so surprised all day long. Yi Xian said without a care. After he finished speaking, he walked towards a large hall. Because at this moment, the system's notification had already sounded. Ding, system notification, congratulations to host for activating the forced hidden mission, the power of the stars. Mission requirements: within 3 months, the host must cultivate the power of the stars. If the mission fails, the host will lose half of his cultivation. If the mission succeeds, the host will receive a special reward. 3 months. Not only did this mission have a time limit, it also had a punishment. Obviously, this matter wasn't simple. Therefore, Yi Xian made the best use of his time. Sky Tiger, go back and prepare for the large competition. Cultivate well, I hope to hear good news from you. As for me, I will also try to cultivate the power of the stars. Hearing that Yi Xian was going to cultivate the power of the stars, the Sky Tiger subconsciously thought that Yi Xian was using this as an excuse to send the Sky Tiger away so that it could cultivate properly. After all, the power of the stars was publicly recognized as useless in the entire Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. Thank you, boss. Suddenly, the Sky Tiger knelt on the ground. Yi Xian had given him too much, so much that the Sky Tiger didn't know how to thank him. Yi Xian didn't stop the Sky Tiger. After all, what Yi Xian wanted was an obedient follower. Yi Xian waved his hand again, and the Sky Tiger silently retreated. As soon as the Sky Tiger left, Yi Xian immediately arrived outside the Starfall Valley. There was a stargazing platform here. If one wanted to cultivate, they would usually come here to comprehend. In the distance, there was a valley. It was obvious that it was formed by a strong impact. The valley was quite large, but due to the changes of the times, the periphery was already covered with giant trees. Only in the middle, there were only circles of light that occasionally exploded out. Yi Xian knew that it was the power of the stars. The power of the stars was extremely strange. If it was the power of the laws, then one would usually have to walk in and observe in order to discover what was special about it and comprehend it. However, the power of the stars was not like this. To comprehend the power of the stars, one could only do so from a suitable location. It would be difficult to comprehend if one was too close or too far away. The strangest thing was that Yi Xian was clearly hundreds of thousands of miles away from the center of the explosion of the power of the stars. However, it was as if the power of the stars was right beside Yi Xian. It was so clear. This strange power of the stars was not the power of the laws. Therefore, whether it was comprehending or using it, it was not the same as using the power of ordinary laws. Of course, to Yi Xian, this wasn't a problem at all. System, analyze the comprehension plan and provide the most reasonable method of comprehension. Since Yi Xian had the system, then whether it was the power of the stars or the power of the laws, there wasn't much of a difference to Yi Xian. To Yi Xian, he could find the most reasonable and fastest way to comprehend it. Silently, Yi Xian directly sat in the pavilion. However, when Yi Xian closed his eyes and began to comprehend, a strange scene occurred. At the core of the star power, an illusory image of Yi Xian actually appeared. It was as if Yi Xian had already been projected into the core of the star power. However, Yi Xian didn't know about any of this. At this moment, Yi Xian had entered an extremely mystical feeling. It was as if he had already transformed into a ray of light, constantly shuttling back and forth between the stars. Green stars, blue stars, red stars, purple stars. Round, flat, irregular. All sorts of stars continuously shuttled through Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian had already forgotten himself, forgotten everything, and wholeheartedly merged into the light of the stars. Slowly, circles of faint radiance appeared around Yi Xian. As for that radiance, it came from the core of the star. It was the power of the stars. The power of the stars slowly gathered around Yi Xian, then shuttled through his body, continuously entering and exiting. Every time he entered and exited, it would always cause Yi Xian's body to undergo a slight change. This change was small, and it could even be said that it wouldn't affect Yi Xian's body at all. However, this change was extremely important. It was precisely this change that caused Yi Xian's body to gradually accept the power of the stars. The power of the stars was different from the power of laws, so what was needed was to open up a new place to hold it. Gradually, the amount of star power that gathered around Yi Xian increased, and it became denser and denser. Perhaps Yi Xian would comprehend the power of the stars in the next moment. At the same time, the Sky Tiger had already returned to the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp tribe. However, when the Sky Tiger returned, it was immediately taken away by the clan's great elders and his father. This was because before the Sky Tiger returned, a piece of news had already reached the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. The news was naturally about the 3 ancient resources. Not to mention 3, even if it was just one ancient resource, it would be enough to cause a huge sensation. However, he didn't expect that the Sky Tiger would actually know someone and casually give out 3 ancient resources. This news naturally caused a huge reaction in the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. It was normal for the Sky Tiger to be taken away as soon as it returned. Sky Tiger, I heard that when you went out this time, someone gave you 3 ancient resources. Is that true? The person who spoke was an elder of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan. He was in charge of criminal law in the clan, so he had always been feared. Chapter 2882. Chapter 2470, Heavenly Tiger's Smugness, that's right, Disciplinary Elder. I obtained 3 ancient resources this time, but what does this have to do with you, Elder? Heavenly Tiger said without hesitation. In an instant, the Disciplinary Elder's expression turned unsightly. Don't be rude, Heavenly Tiger. Divine General Sky Dragon reprimanded Heavenly Tiger, but his tone wasn't too harsh, as he knew very well why the disciplinary elder would ask such a question. Divine General Sky Dragon had the highest cultivation base in the Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn tribe, but the other elders weren't too far off from him. The Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn tribe had always been opposed to giving the chosen spot to Heavenly Tiger. After all, the benefits of being a chosen were simply innumerable. Although Heavenly Tiger had fused with his Dharma form and was considered a genius, in the eyes of the other elders, Heavenly Tiger's actual combat strength was mediocre. Furthermore, they also had children, so why couldn't the chosen spot belong to their children? If Divine General Sky Dragon's status in the demon god's sacred realm hadn't been outstanding, this chosen spot would have already caused a fight. But even so, there were still many who harbored ill intentions. For example, the disciplinary elder wished he could keep an eye on Heavenly Tiger at all times so that he could find something to use against him and kick him off the chosen spot's throne. Since Heavenly Tiger had obtained an ancient resource this time, these fellows would naturally have crooked thoughts. Ancient resources were extremely precious. If they could obtain them, then not to mention their children, even their own strength would be strengthened. The main purpose of summoning Sky Tiger this time was to snatch away the 3 ancient resources in Sky Tiger's hands. However, how could the current Sky Tiger be so easily bullied? On the way back, Sky Tiger had already successfully cultivated the first move of the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky. Yi Xian's words were already like an imperial edict in Sky Tiger's heart. Although Yi Xian didn't say that he wanted Sky Dragon to obtain first place in the clan's competition. But perhaps he had said that he would wait for the good news from Sky Tiger. Therefore, Sky Tiger hoped that he could obtain first place. It was an ancient resource and an ancient divine ability. Yi Xian had given Sky Tiger so many treasures, how could Sky Tiger not be confident? Of course, with confidence, one had to work hard at the same time. Thus, on the way back, Sky Tiger did not delay at all. Speaking of which, this fellow's talent was not bad. He had actually comprehended the first move of the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky on the way back. Of course, the further one went, the more difficult it would be to comprehend. At this moment, Sky Tiger had only just started. In the past, Sky Tiger had always listened to his father's words, but this time, he had actually refuted him. "Father, don't they just want me to take out the resources and distribute them to their descendants? Why? The things of my Sky Tiger were not stolen, nor were they snatched. Why should I give them to them? Then let me tell you the truth. Not only did my boss give me 3 ancient resources, but he also gave me an ancient mystic technique." "Why? Do you want it too?" Ancient mystic technique. Everyone, including Divine General Sky Dragon, was indescribably shocked. One had to know that there were only a few ancient mystic techniques in the entire demon god's sacred realm. Now, Sky Tiger was telling them that someone had given him an ancient mystic technique. How could they accept this? Is what you said true?" Divine General Sky Dragon couldn't help asking Sky Tiger. "Lord Father, could it be that you still don't trust me? This ancient divine ability was specially chosen by Boss for me. It's extremely compatible with me. It's called the 13 styles of the proud dragon tyrant Sky. This is impossible. Even the entire Sky Dragon Drunken Prawn tribe doesn't have a single ancient mystic technique. All we have is a remnant. Do you think we would believe you if you said someone gave you an ancient mystic technique? If the boss you speak of can give away ancient mystic techniques and ancient resources at will, why wouldn't he dare come see us?" The disciplinary elder's voice was stern. He knew very well that if what Sky Tiger said was true, then Sky Tiger's status in the tribe would soar and no one would be able to shake him. This fellow doted on his grandson very much. It could be said that if Sky Tiger had anything good, he would definitely give it to his grandson. In addition, his grandson was also very hard-working. It could be said that his combat strength was a bit stronger than Sky Tiger's. As a result, few people in the tribe would say that it was not true. You want my boss to see you? Disciplinary elder, you think too highly of yourself. Who do you think my boss is? Even if you want to see him, I'm afraid he might not necessarily summon you. Humph. My boss said that I can teach this ancient mystic technique to others. However, the quota is limited. I can only teach 3. Rest assured, Father, I will show you now. However, Father, you must remember that you can't teach this mystic technique to others. Otherwise, my boss will blame you and you will be in trouble. As he spoke, Sky Tiger handed the scroll to Divine General Sky Dragon. Divine General Sky Dragon did not stand on ceremony. He took it and used his spiritual force to set up a restriction before carefully opening it. The disciplinary elder was so excited that he wanted nothing more than to rush over to take a look. Unfortunately, he did not dare to do so. After all, not only was Divine General Sky Dragon powerful, but he was also the tribe leader. If he offended him, he would suffer. Divine General Sky Dragon studied it for more than 2 hours before returning the scroll to Sky Tiger. Father, do you have any enlightenment? Sigh, what a pity, Huer. This is an ancient mystic technique. Unfortunately, I can't cultivate it. It could even be said that no one can cultivate it except you. I don't know if your boss deliberately modified it, or if this sacred art is like this. If you want to cultivate this ancient sacred art, the first requirement is to fuse with your body. Therefore, we can't cultivate it at all. Ah. How could this be? Yi Xianbing didn't say that he was allowed to teach it, but he didn't say that he wasn't allowed to. That was why Sky Tiger made such a decision. But from the looks of it, Yi Xian had already made arrangements. This ancient sacred art was tailor-made for him, and it would be extremely difficult for others to cultivate it. However, Huer, you don't have to worry about it. Although I can't cultivate its spirit, I can still comprehend it according to its actions. It won't be a waste of time. Divine General Sky Dragon revealed a smile. At this moment, the disciplinary elder's heart felt like it was being clawed by a cat. Divine General Sky Dragon wouldn't lie, so everything that came out of his mouth was definitely true. At this moment, he couldn't wait to take a look at the scroll. Unfortunately, he didn't dare. Chapter 2883. A misunderstanding because at this time, everyone knew that the clan had changed. The grandson of the disciplinary elder could no longer steal Sky Tiger's cultivation resources. Sky Tiger's position would be consolidated like never before, and no one could shake it. Sky Tiger left the main hall and returned to his residence. Then, he closed his door and cultivated silently. Outside his residence, hundreds of guards were guarding the side of Sky Tiger's residence. No one was allowed to disturb him. The young disciples of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan didn't understand what was going on, but they could feel the unusual atmosphere. The clan competition began very soon. What surprised all the young clansmen was that Sky Tiger participated in the competition. Moreover, from the beginning, he went on a rampage in a crushing manner. The strange attack of the Sky Tiger was not something that belonged to the clan. However, all the elders were silent. No matter how unconvinced these clansmen were, they ignored them. Until a piece of news spread that the Sky Tiger had obtained an ancient divine ability. In an instant, no one was dissatisfied. In 2 months, the Sky Tiger had only cultivated the first 3 moves. However, it was enough to defeat all enemies in 3 moves. Without any pressure, he crushed them all the way. As for the boss of the Sky Tiger, this mysterious figure had also attracted the attention of countless people. Unfortunately, there was no way to find out. The Sky Tiger had never revealed where Yi Xian was, so it was impossible for anyone to find out. At this moment, Yi Xian had already closed his eyes and cultivated for more than 2 months. In these 2 months, Yi Xian hadn't even opened his eyes, nor had he moved his body in the slightest. On this day, under the leadership of the Sky Tiger, the Heavenly Dragon Divine General and a few important members of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan had already followed them over. However, all of them waited outside silently. No one dared to take a step forward. The Sky Tiger had already used his strength to prove the authenticity of the ancient divine ability. At the same time, the 3 ancient resources had already been exchanged for suitable resources. It could be said that to the boss of the Sky Tiger. No one in the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan dared to be disrespectful to this incomparably mysterious figure. Everyone gathered at the entrance, waiting for Yi Xian to come out. It was fortunate that these people didn't go in to disturb Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was at the most critical moment. Whether or not he could successfully comprehend it would depend on these last few days. Light flashed around Yi Xian. The power of the stars had already gathered more and more, turning Yi Xian into a person of light. If someone saw Yi Xian now, they'd probably be extremely shocked. This was because Yi Xian no longer had his original appearance and was completely transparent. All of his internal organs could be seen clearly, but even his internal organs had completely turned into light. A profound and mysterious cloud of energy revolved around Yi Xian. If someone who had comprehended the power of the stars were here, they would definitely cry out in alarm. Yi Xian's current reaction was 1,000 times stronger than theirs. Star body training. This phenomenon could only be called star body training. Unfortunately, no one knew what star body refinement was. This was because no one had ever encountered such a situation. Yi Xian had already completely lost all perception of the outside world. At this moment, Yi Xian was only immersed in shuttling through countless stars. Time continued to pass as Tianhu and the others waited silently. However, there was no movement from inside, and Yi Xian himself was experiencing an extremely great challenge. One had to know that this mission had a time limit. If Yi Xian didn't complete the mission according to the time limit, then the price of losing half of his cultivation would be enough to make Yi Xian despair. It was basically equivalent to certain death. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't know the passage of time at all. He didn't know that he didn't have much time left. Day after day, time slowly passed. Sky Tiger habitually raised his head to look inside. If it wasn't for his father's request, then Sky Tiger would have already rushed in to look for Yi Xian. At this moment, Sky Tiger once again looked ahead, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. He directly shouted, "Boss, can we come in?" After shouting this sentence, Tianhu silently looked forward. All of a sudden, an incomparably vicissitude yet extremely gentle aura suddenly descended. At the same time, a powerful ray of light burst forth. The light spread out with the top of everyone's heads as the center. 1 lap. 2 laps. 3 laps. Streaks of light rapidly fluctuated towards the distance. The power was not terrifying. On the contrary, it gave off a very gentle feeling. However, it was simple and ancient. What kind of power is this? The Heaven Dragon Divine General raised his head and looked at the circles of light in the sky as he subconsciously asked. Unfortunately, no one could answer him because no one had ever seen such a change before. At the same time, Yi Xian finally opened his eyes. At the same time that Yi Xian opened his eyes, the system's notification rang out. Ding! System notification: congratulations to host for completing the Power of the Stars quest. You have received a special reward, a luxury gift bag. Obtained special material, 9-star linked pearl stone. Obtained experience points reward, level increased by 1. Ding! Host has broken through. Current high level 4th grade Divine Emperor Realm. Luxury gift bag, 9-star linked pearl stone. The sudden reward caused Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. The reward this time could be said to be bountiful beyond Yi Xian's expectations. At this moment, Yi Xian still had to thank the Sky Tiger. One had to know that the moment Yi Xian's will returned, he already knew how much time had passed. If it wasn't for the Sky Tiger's call, Yi Xian would have died this time. Most importantly, it wasn't that Yi Xian didn't comprehend the power of the stars. On the contrary, he comprehended it too much. Yi Xian's comprehension of the power of the stars this time was quite bountiful. However, Yi Xian helplessly discovered that at least for now, he could only occasionally use the power of the stars because there was almost nowhere to replenish it. The 10 sons of the God realm revolved around him, and the power of the stars had long since been blocked. Yi Xian didn't open the gift bag. Instead, he silently stood up and walked outside. At this moment, the light of the stars hadn't completely disappeared from Yi Xian's body, so any movement he made would bring along countless illusions. Those weren't illusions left behind by moving too quickly, nor were they illusions left behind by illusions. Instead, they were naturally formed by the power of the stars. Yi Xian walked forward, but behind him was a large string of light phantoms. The moment he walked out, everyone was shocked. The Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others didn't know that Yi Xian's current situation was only because of the power of the stars, so they couldn't explain Yi Xian's current situation. Most importantly, the Heaven Dragon Divine General's cultivation was profound. Even if he didn't use his spiritual will, he could still see a lot of things with just his eyes. Physical clone. Divine General Heaven Dragon murmured in a very low voice. However, who couldn't hear the people around them? Hearing the words corporeal doppelganger, everyone was shocked. A physical clone represented a divine ability, and at the same time, it also represented a kind of identity. Chapter 2884. Luolua's new Cluet was a physical clone. Everyone, including Divine General Tian Long, was speechless. Of course, given their knowledge, they could tell that this was only the most basic form, or that he had just started cultivating. However, only the divine masters of the demon god's sacred territory possessed the ability to create a physical clone. Therefore, they were certain that this person had a close relationship with a divine master. This made many things clear. Why was this person able to give Sky Tiger 3 primordial resources and an ancient divine ability right off the bat? Perhaps only a divine master could have such a deep foundation. Of course, this was just a huge misunderstanding. How could Yi Xian have any relationship with the divine master of the demon god's domain? In fact, he hadn't even seen the divine master before. If there was any relationship, it would be that Yi Xian was preparing to find Luoluo from the hands of the demon god's domain's divine master. "Boss, you're finally out?" Sky Tiger said in surprise. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. In reality, he was still slightly afraid. After all, among the people standing in front of him, which one of them didn't emit a powerful aura? This made Yi Xian very clear that any one of them would be able to take him down in an instant. However, since these people didn't use their spiritual will to probe him, nor did they attack him immediately, it meant that they didn't have any ill intentions towards him. "Who are these people?" Yi Xian asked Sky Tiger. When Sky Tiger heard Yi Xian's question, he immediately introduced them to him. It turned out that because of the Sky Tiger's ancient divine ability, the Heavenly Dragon Divine General and the others wanted to meet the boss of the Sky Tiger, which was why they made this trip. After Sky Tiger finished his introduction, Yi Xian was even more shocked. He didn't expect that he'd meet a great general of the demon god's divine domain so quickly. Of course, Yi Xian didn't reveal any unnecessary expressions at this moment. Instead, he calmly responded. After chatting with the Heaven Dragon Divine General for a while, the Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others left. A huge misunderstanding had already caused the people of the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan to only fear and not doubt Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian, it was naturally impossible for him to offend these people, much less have a deep relationship with them. Thus, this meeting was somewhat indifferent. After the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan left, Sky Tiger excitedly said to Yi Xian. "Boss, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. This time, I have successfully obtained first place in the clan's competition." Sky Tiger had actually been holding back these words for a long time. In his heart, this was the mission that Yi Xian had given him, so he naturally had to do it well. However, to Yi Xian, he didn't take it too seriously. Therefore, Yi Xian only nodded his head before saying to Sky Tiger, "Let's go, let's leave this place." The Heaven Dragon Divine General and the others already knew that Yi Xian was here, so this place wasn't safe anymore. Thus, Yi Xian had no choice but to leave. "Boss, where are you going? Didn't you say you wanted to comprehend the power of the stars here? Why are you leaving?" "I have already comprehended the power of the stars here, so there is no reason for me to stay. As for where I go, it doesn't matter. I'll just go wherever I go." Yi Xian simply wanted to leave this place. As for his destination, he didn't have one. If he wanted to return to the Kunlun divine domain, he would need to go to the residences of the 8 great divine generals. Only there would be a passageway, and if Yi Xian were to mention borrowing the Sky Dragon Drunken Shrimp clan to the Kunlun divine domain, it would immediately arouse suspicion. At this moment, it was impossible for Yi Xian to contend against the 8 great divine generals. Thus, provoking any one of the 8 great divine generals was an unwise choice. It might be possible to search for Luo Luo's whereabouts, but he had a sky tiger by his side. Thus, perhaps the sky tiger's mouth would be able to obtain some useful information. As the two of them walked, Yi Xian asked Sky Tiger, "Sky Tiger, do you know that there is a holy son of the 9 paths?" Sky Tiger looked at Yi Xian in confusion. "Boss, you also know about the 9 Dao saints?" "The 9 Dao saints?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that Luo Luo's identity in the demon god's domain wasn't simple. Yes, he is the saint of the 9 Daos. Every saint has his own title. For example, the other saints call me the Heaven Dragon Saint. However, the saint of the 9 Daos is very special. It is said that he is not from the demon god's celestial realm. The 9-tailed heaven-loathing fox has a very high status. Even the Lord God has to respect the saint of the 9 Daos. Moreover, the saint of the 9 Daos is highly regarded by the Lord God. Tianhu simply told him what he knew. However, it wasn't of much use to Yi Xian. After talking for a long time, it could be summarized in one sentence. That was, Yi Xian was powerless to save Luo Luo. It had to be known that it was impossible for the divine master of the demon god's domain to allow Luo Luo to go into seclusion because he valued her. It was probably because Luo Luo was constantly thinking of leaving the demon god's domain to find Yi Xian. Therefore, the divine master of the demon god's domain could only trap Luo Luo. When they arrived in the god realm, Yi Xian and Luo Luo had separated. Therefore, it was impossible for Luo Luo to know that Yi Xian was in the Kunlun divine domain, nor did she know about the conflict between Yi Xian and the demon god's domain. Perhaps the current Luo Luo wouldn't suffer any grievances in the demon god's domain. On the contrary, because of his noble identity, it was very likely that he would be valued. After a period of analysis, Yi Xian roughly knew that Luo Luo wouldn't be wronged, so there was no need to rush to find her. However, Yi Xian didn't know that ever since he'd arrived at the demon god's domain, Luo Luo had been a little anxious. There was a special connection between Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Due to the uniqueness of the demon god's domain, after Yi Xian arrived at the demon god's domain, his ability to sense was suppressed by a portion, causing Yi Xian to be unable to accurately locate Luo Luo. However, because Yi Xian had arrived at the demon god's domain, Luo Luo's perception had been strengthened. It could be said that every time Yi Xian moved, Luo Luo could clearly sense it. Luo Luo was very clear that Yi Xian had come here for her. How could Luo Luo not know what had happened to the human race in the demon god's domain? Therefore, Luo Luo was still extremely worried about Yi Xian. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. From the moment she arrived in the god realm, she had been brought here by a mysterious force. It could even be said that even the divine masters of the demon god's domain had to bow their heads in front of this force. This was a super large force, and at the same time, it was also a peerless expert. Luo Luo didn't know who this person was, but his every move, every word, and every action was under this person's surveillance. Even if he was the holy son of the demon god's domain, it was only that person's arrangement. Of course, Luo Luo could feel that person's goodwill. Chapter 2885 2473 Yellow Sand Zone. Yi Xian and Sky Tiger continuously traversed thousands of realms in order to reach a dangerous place. At this moment, Sky Tiger stood behind Yi Xian and hesitantly asked, "Boss, are we really going to enter this place? Since you're already here, do you want to go in?" Yi Xian indifferently said as he looked at the boundless yellow sand in front of him. This was a place that Yi Xian had deliberately chosen because this time, Yi Xian was prepared to increase his strength in one go. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that everything he wanted to do was because of his cultivation realm. insufficient strength. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian was prepared to level up crazily. First, it was the mysterious trial. Because Yi Xian wasn't strong enough, he didn't even have the qualifications to participate, so he could only teleport out. After that, it was Luolua's matter, and then he left the demon god's domain. In short, everything was because he wasn't strong enough, and if he stayed outside, he would have to worry about his identity being exposed and being hunted down. Therefore, there weren't many choices left for Yi Xian. Entering this place and quickly increasing his strength might be the only choice. At this moment, the yellow sand that Yi Xian saw was quite famous in the demon god's domain. This place was called the Drought Sea. The Drought Sea was enormous, but even divine beasts didn't dare to rashly enter its interior. This was because not only did the Drought Sea have an extremely violent natural climate, it also had the ancient beast clan. It was said that the formation of the Drought Sea came from a huge explosion. In ancient times, when the gods fought, the Drought Sea was also a very famous battlefield. Thousands of powerful ancient supreme experts fought here. They tore the void and trampled on the mountains and rivers, but for some reason, they actually broke through a secret realm. It was a completely isolated secret realm that belonged to the ancient beast clan. The remaining experts were hunted down by the ancient beast clan and died one by one. After the secret realm exploded, everything inside the secret realm was scattered here. The yellow sand zone was only the outermost area of the Drought Sea. As for the inside, it was even more terrifying. According to Sky Tiger, even the Lord God had come here personally, but he had only entered for less than 10 days before retreating with a face full of fear. This was because there was a super powerful existence in the Drought Sea, an existence that even the divine master of the demon god realm couldn't do anything to. Fortunately, the Drought Sea had not moved for millions of years, as if it was an independent place that was not affected by anything from the outside world. In fact, some experts from the demon god realm would also form teams to enter the Drought Sea to search for treasures. After all, there were many special resources in the Drought Sea, and the ancient beasts were also very valuable. The ancient beasts did not have the ability to transform, nor did they have high intelligence. Moreover, they all cultivated their physical strength. Sky Tiger said that the reason why he could fuse with the Dharma idol was because his father, the Heaven Dragon Divine General, had entered this place when he was young and had some fortuitous encounters. Then, he combined it with his own understanding and compiled the cultivation method of the Dharma idol fusion. Therefore, Yi Xian chose this place. He chose the Drought Sea. Since the ancient beast clan was so mysterious, it would definitely allow Yi Xian to quickly increase his strength. Fear? Perhaps others would be afraid, but Yi Xian wouldn't. For Yi Xian, he was fearless. The Drought Sea had powerful ancient beasts, so it was the best place for Yi Xian to cultivate. After all, Yi Xian needed to devour to quickly increase his level. Yi Xian didn't want to wait any longer. He'd waited for too long. It was time to explode. There were still many things waiting for Yi Xian to do. He couldn't waste too much time in the demon god realm. If you don't want to go in, wait for me outside. I'll come out and find you. Yi Xian indifferently said to Sky Tiger. After that, he no longer paid any attention to Sky Tiger and directly walked forward. Actually, it was a good thing for Yi Xian not to bring Sky Tiger with him. After all, if Sky Tiger went with him, then some of Yi Xian's secrets would be exposed. At least for now, Sky Tiger didn't have the qualifications to know Yi Xian's secrets. Sky Tiger hesitated for a moment. By the time he wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. Yi Xian's figure had already disappeared, so he could only stay where he was and cultivate while waiting for Yi Xian to return. After entering the yellow sand zone, there was nothing special about it at first. There was only an isolation belt that stretched as far as the eye could see. Here, whether it was the stone god beast or the ancient beast, they rarely came here. However, it was precisely because of this that there were humans here. Yi Xian maintained the release of his spiritual will the entire time, so it didn't take long for him to find a small human tribe. This was a tribe that relied on an oasis. There were only a few hundred people, but it seemed rather peaceful. Yi Xian didn't hesitate as he directly walked over. The people here all had very low cultivations. They made some simple magic treasures to protect their homes. At the same time, they hunted some weak ancient beasts or divine beasts to cultivate. At this moment, the sudden sight of Yi Xian in the yellow sand immediately attracted the attention of the people here. "Dad, Dad, there's someone in the desert," a youth shouted loudly. A moment later, he saw a burly man rushing over. He was holding a large blade made of unknown materials in his hand. There were a few people following behind him. Quickly go into the house. There's a formation in the house. If the situation isn't right, activate the formation immediately," the burly man shouted loudly. Very quickly, everyone around the oasis hid in the only stone house in the oasis. Yi Xian knew what these people were worried about, so he didn't mind and continued to walk over. "Halt, who are you?" "I'm Yi Xian. I'm passing by and would like to rest in your place." After all, he was a human. It wasn't easy to meet a free human in the demon god's domain, so how could Yi Xian go find trouble with these people? You're a human?" The burly man hesitated for a moment, but he recognized Yi Xian's identity and asked hesitantly. "Yes, I'm a human." Of course Yi Xian wouldn't hide it and directly returned. "It's actually a human." Quick, please come in." When they heard that they were from the same clan, those people didn't stop Yi Xian and quickly welcomed him in. Brother, don't blame me. You should know that if we don't raise our vigilance, we might be eaten by divine beasts or ancient beasts one day. May I ask which tribe you're from?" "I'm not from here, but from the outside. This time, I'm here to investigate the interior." "What? You want to go in?" "I say, brother, aren't you too bold? Although the lives of our human race are as cheap as grass here, there's no need to humiliate yourself like this. If you go in now, you're simply courting death." Chapter 2886. 2474 God-slaying set. When the robust man saw that Yi Xian didn't say anything, he hesitated for a moment before handing over a green card to Yi Xian. "Brother, take this. It might be of help to you." Yi Xian picked up the card. It was still made of an unknown material, but there was an ancient word Bing sealed on it. "What is this?" Yi Xian asked in confusion. "What is this?" "We don't know either. This thing was accidentally obtained from an ancient beast when we were hunting. Although we don't know what it is, we do know that as long as you use your spiritual will to activate it, it can condense the image of an ancient beast and protect you." Card? Ancient beast phantom? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. It seemed that there really was a secret in the drought sea that belonged to him. "I don't need this anymore. After all, I'm afraid this thing will be of great use to you guys." The burly man hesitated for a moment, but this thing was extremely useful to them. It could be said that they had relied on this thing to help them hunt ancient beasts a few times, and it was also because of this thing that they had been able to withstand the attacks of several divine beasts. The burly man frowned. The human race that lived in the drought sea had a tradition. Once they met a fellow race member that needed help, they would do their best to help. After all, it was not easy to survive here. If they did not help each other, the human race would have long since been removed from this place. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian refuse, the robust man felt guilty in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, the burly man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took out a round plate. "Brother, since you don't want the card, I'll give this to you. To be honest, we've only activated it once when we obtained it. At that time, we managed to summon over 10 powerful ancient beasts. Unfortunately, for some reason, we couldn't use it anymore. So, even though this thing is powerful, I can't tell you how to use it. Take it first. Who knows, it might be of some help to you on the way." Yi Xian did not understand the tradition of helping each other in the drought sea, but he knew how to repay kindness. These people were able to help him the first time they met, so Yi Xian would not be stingy. "Alright, I'll accept this. These pills are for you. Distribute them to your clansmen. It will be beneficial to your clansmen." The burly man didn't know that the pills Yi Xian gave him were cultivation pills that were difficult to obtain outside. Therefore, he accepted them without hesitation. After Yi Xian left the tribe, he took out the strange disc as he walked. What is this? Yi Xian was puzzled. The disc's shape was extremely simple. If it wasn't for the burly man's introduction, Yi Xian would have thought that it was a plate for storing vegetables. Of course, it was obvious that this thing wasn't that simple. System, detect this thing. Yi Xian said to the system. Ding. System prompt, host's resources are insufficient, unable to detect. Insufficient resources? Could the system be talking about faith value? System, then I will use the resources to exchange for faith value detection. Ding. System prompt, host's resources are insufficient, unable to exchange for enough faith value. Yi Xian's footsteps abruptly stopped. What did he mean? All of his resources added up wasn't enough to detect such a thing. Just what was this thing? Was it that strange? Yi Xian didn't believe that he really couldn't do anything to this thing. System, open that gift bag for me. Yi Xian had completed the star power quest earlier and obtained a gift bag as well as a 9-star linked pearl stone. However, he hadn't used it. At this moment, Yi Xian wanted to use the gift bag because of a plate. Ding. System prompt, special gift bag has been successfully opened. Congratulations to host for obtaining 1-point gift bag, 1 magic treasure gift bag, and 1 unknown gift bag. What was going on? He opened a gift bag, and in the end, he opened 3 gift bags. After Yi Xian recovered from his astonishment, he was pleasantly surprised. Yi Xian didn't need to wash his hair to explain the gift bag. He would either give him devouring points, eternal points, or faith points. But no matter what it was, one thing was certain, it was all good stuff. System, open the gift bag first. Yi Xian wanted to see what he could obtain. It would be best if he could obtain eternal points. Although he hadn't obtained devouring points in a long time, eternal points seemed to be more useful. Ding. System prompt, congratulations to host for obtaining 1 million faith points, 100 eternal points, and 10 devouring points. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He even felt that happiness had come too suddenly. 1 million faith points wasn't much, but the key was the eternal points. A total of 100 eternal points, this was something that Yi Xian didn't dare to imagine. What did 100 faith points mean? Even if he used the eternal domain, he could use it 20 times. This time, just by opening the gift bag, he actually gave Yi Xian such a big prize. How could Yi Xian not be excited? 10 devouring points. Yi Xian didn't know if it was because of the increase in his cultivation or because of Yi Xian's bad luck, but he hadn't encountered a devouring beast in a long time, let alone obtain devouring points. But at this moment, he obtained 10 devouring points in one go. Combined with suitable resources, wouldn't Yi Xian be able to change his clothes this time? Even Yi Xian couldn't remain calm at this moment. The reward for this gift bag was simply too generous. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yi Xian continued to say to the system, System, open the magic treasure gift bag. It was obvious that the magic treasure gift bag could open a magic treasure. In that case, the points gift bag had given Yi Xian such a big surprise. What kind of surprise would the magic treasure gift bag give Yi Xian? Ding, system notification, congratulations to host, you have obtained a special scroll, a complete set scroll. Set perfection scroll, able to choose suitable resources, according to the host's wishes, directly complete the set of more than 2 parts that the host has. Shock, ecstasy. Yi Xian didn't know how to describe his current feelings. Although it was only a scroll, its value was simply immeasurable. For example, Yi Xian possessed the god-slaughtering sword and the god-slaughtering armor. Didn't that mean that Yi Xian could use this complete set scroll to forge the entire god-slaughtering set in one go? Although Yi Xian had to provide the resources himself. However, one had to know that compared to resources, forging a magic treasure on the level of the god-slaughtering set was probably even more difficult. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's hand that was holding the scroll actually trembled slightly. Unfortunately, when Yi Xian saw the materials used to forge the god slaughtering set, his expression turned unsightly. Chapter 2887. 2475. The system was so scared that it upgraded. Where would Yi Xian go to get this thing? This was the God Emperor realm. What was the God Emperor realm? It was an expert on the level of the Divine Lord like Mi Ming. The system actually wanted Yi Xian to get the Divine Lord's divine deity. Moreover, it wanted to get 5 of them. Yi Xian had only come into contact with 2 God domain masters after being in the God realm for so long. One was the Kunlun God domain's divine master, Mi Ming, and the other was the Demon God domain's divine master. However, forging a god-slaying set required 5 Divine Lord divine deity, and it was a complete divine deity. At this moment, Yi Xian put away the scroll without hesitation. This was because he knew that with his current strength, he was unable to prepare all the materials. Of course, just because he couldn't do it now didn't mean he couldn't do it in the future. There was still the last gift bag. As for this last gift bag, it was probably the most special gift bag. Just what kind of surprise would it bring to Yi Xian? System, open that unknown gift bag. Yi Xian said indifferently. His tone was calm, but his entire mind was focused. Ding, system notification, ding, warning, warning, the host has received a super strong reward, the system has entered an emergency upgrade. Ding, warning, warning, host please note, the system will be forcefully shut down for 3 months. Yi Xian was stupefied. What did he open up that directly upgraded the system? Moreover, it was an emergency upgrade. Yi Xian subconsciously shouted at the system a few times in his heart. Unfortunately, there was no reaction. In other words, the system had already gone to upgrade. However, the key was that Yi Xian didn't even know what he'd done. Wasn't it just an unknown gift bag? Was there a need to make such a big fuss? Fortunately, it was only 3 months, so it wasn't unacceptable. This is great. I can't detect what this plate is used for. Forget it, let's just leave it for now. Yi Xian had a bitter smile on his face. This kind of situation was completely out of his expectations, and it was something that Yi Xian had never encountered before. During the 3 months that the system was upgraded, Yi Xian didn't plan on causing trouble. After all, without the system, Yi Xian's strength would still decrease. Most importantly, even if he killed an ancient beast or a divine beast, he wouldn't gain any experience. Thus, killing them would be for nothing. However, it was still necessary to hurry. Yi Xian didn't plan on looking for trouble, but that didn't mean that trouble wouldn't come looking for him. On this day, Yi Xian walked through the yellow sand zone as usual. Although the yellow sand zone was only the outermost region of the Drought Sea, however, the Drought Sea was extremely vast. According to Jianghu, the Drought Sea occupied 1/5 of the demon god's celestial territory. With such a huge area, even if it was the outer area of his territory, it was still not something that could be walked over quickly. After all, there wasn't even a map here, and from time to time, he would take the wrong path. Whether it was his divine sense or his eyes, they were all useless in this yellow sand zone. The yellow sand zone had a strange restriction that was enough to make anyone who entered lose all sense of direction. It was said that there was once someone who was trapped in this yellow sand zone for 10,000 years. Moreover, that person was lucky and did not encounter the disaster of the yellow sand zone, which was why he was able to survive. But this time, Yi Xian wasn't that lucky. He encountered the most ordinary disaster in the yellow sand zone. Law storm. Due to the special location of the yellow sand zone, the other law powers were relatively rare. However, there were a few types of law powers that were too much. One of them was the law of wind. It could be said that the yellow sand zone was filled with strong winds at all times. However, it wouldn't be affected in the slightest during normal times. After all, even the simplest protective divine power would be enough to resist these gales. However, once he encountered a storm of laws, it would be tragic. The storm of laws was precisely because the power of the laws of wind was too concentrated in a certain area, causing it to automatically produce a phenomenon of balance. Through the form of a storm, the power of the laws of wind was eliminated. Even the power of the laws could be eliminated. One could imagine how terrifying that power was. There was no sign of the formation of the storm of laws. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking as usual. However, the instant he took a step forward, a sudden change occurred between heaven and earth. A violent and terrifying aura instantly overturned the heavens and the earth. Yi Xian didn't even have the slightest ability to resist as he was directly brought into the sky. When he stabilized his body and looked over, heaven and earth had long since become indistinguishable. At this moment, it was as if Yi Xian had been brought into an unknown space. Above his head, his feet were small, and his surroundings seemed to be the sky, yet also seemed to be the earth. It was incomparably strange. Boom! A divine dragon condensed from the laws directly charged towards Yi Xian. That was a pure life form of the laws, and it was actually formed in an instant. However, before Yi Xian could even react, the law divine dragon instantly disintegrated. The storm of laws wasn't really a storm. The reason why it was called a storm was because it had something in common with a storm. That was, they both had an eye. Fortunately, Yi Xian was currently in the eye of the wind. Unfortunately, Yi Xian couldn't move an inch at this moment. He could only watch the terrifying changes in the outside world. One by one, the law life forms quickly appeared. The law dragon, the law tiger, and even the law Kuan-Pang. However, these law life forms would not last long from the moment they appeared to the moment they disappeared. This was because they were all wind elemental law life forms. The main reason for the appearance of the law storm was because there were too many laws of wind being repaired. At this moment, Yi Xian personally witnessed a miracle. A miracle that others would never be able to see in their entire lives. In the blink of an eye, a law life was born and died in an instant. Other than Yi Xian, no one else knew of their appearance. Perhaps, Yi Xian's eyes were their only witness. Because of Yi Xian, all of them had existed. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't release his divine will at all. Yi Xian had tried, but he'd only released a trace of his divine will before being swept away by the storm of laws. Therefore, Yi Xian's eyes were the only witness. Everything that had happened. Those law life forms didn't seem to know what they were experiencing. It was as if their lives should only belong to that instant.